And it's Critchley, hero of the semi-final.
So good from Aaron B in the direct hit.
Got him. Oh, that's so good. And that is a wonderful hat-trick.
Get out of my way. I want that now.
He's a big, big man with a big bat.
Oh, bowls, beautiful piece of bowling from Harman.
It is slow ball. Take a punt, pop it downtown, and so
Radio Sussex and Surrey. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside the former Sussex opener Chris Nash. As in comes Harmer, bowls. Harrison Ward steps away and drills that one away.
A number of left-handers and right-handers makes a real difference.
Hughes waits. In comes Harmer, bowls, and well, he's edged that away. Well, I presume he's edged it. It's run. In comes Cook, bowls to Hughes, who plays this down the ground. That's a lovely looking shot, better shot than I thought actually. I thought it was going straight to the fielder at mid-on. Cook in again, the slipper's gone, comes in and bowls to Hughes, who's going to get runs, he's going to get a boundary.
Hopefully we won't see that again from
Bosch in bowls to Harrison Ward. Well, he's hammered that one away, he's pulled it away, and in comes Snater bowls, and is he going to be caught? I think he is. He pulls the ball down the ground, and that's going to be the end of Harrison Ward. Bosch runs away from us, comes into bowl to Tom Clark. He's in and bowls, and Clark again looking to pull that one away on the leg side. It's raced away. Now I don't know if that came off pad or whether in comes Cook, bowls to Hughes, who drives down the ground. That's a lovely looking shot. It's racing up towards the boundary. It's going up the hill, and it's going to go over. Look at bowls, and Hughes pulls that away, and that's gone many a mile. That's gone out of the ground. He's in and bowls and swung away onto the leg side by Tom Clark, and that's a good shot. And it, well, it bisects the two fielders on the leg side. He made a bit of a Horlicks of fielding it in the end. 65 for one. In comes Paul Walter, tall left-handed bowler. Pulled away by Tom Clark. There we are. Almost on cue. Pulls it away into the corporate hospitality. In comes Harmer, bowls. Daniel Hughes is down the wicket, driving a lofted drive. That's beautifully placed, and it's piercing the outfield. There's a fielder at mid-off. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Chris Nash. As in comes Snater, bowls. Pulled away, though. That's gone high, wide, and handsome. And it's gone. Snater turns and runs towards us from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's in and bowls, pulled away, and that's going to be 6 more. Pulled away, backward and square. To bowl to the left-handed Daniel Hughes, is on 49. He's in and bowls, and Hughes plays a beautiful shot through the offside. It's going to be fielded on the cover boundary, and it's a single, and it's half century for Daniel Hughes. Just break off as Critchley comes in, bowls, and Hughes pulls this one away, and that's going to go for another maximum.
Kind of that 220 mark's going to be up there.
Bosch comes in, bowls, hammered away. That's a super shot by Daniel Hughes. It's just break off as in comes Bosch, bowls, and Hughes hammers that down the ground, and that's going to be another maximum for Daniel Hughes. That's Simon Harmer bowling his final over. It's hit straight down the ground by it is. In comes Harmer again, bowls, and Hughes. Oh, he gets a bit of good luck there. Looking to drive that one down the ground. He's got a big bottom or inside edge of the ball.
You look at that top 5, they've all got runs.
Slater in, bowls to Hughes. Oh, that's a super shot, isn't it? He hammers that one away. 137 for one. As in comes Critchley, over the wicket, bowls to Tom Clark, who pulls that firmly onto the onside. In fact, pulls it firmly. It's beautifully placed as well. There are 2 fielders guarding that leg side bound.
I think it's more now the bowlers will be starting to pick up clues about the pitch, where best to bowl.
Critchley in, bowls, and Tom Clark with a swing and a miss, and this very good partnership. And we'll just turn up the effects mic and listen to the applause for Daniel Hughes as he makes his way off. Super innings from Hughes, 81, 5 sixes, 8 fours. That's been quality stuff, Chris. Yeah. Down the hill here at Hove, bowls and pulled away. That's a maximum. That's a super shot. Snater into the left-handed Allsop. Allsop hammers that one away. That's gone miles. Straight down the ground, over long off. In comes a Snater down the hill, bowls to Allsop, and that's going to be 4 more. In comes Walter over the wicket, bowls. Played down the ground by Tom Clark, and that's a good shot. It's a full top. 74 for 2. Cook in again, bowls, and Clark hammers that down, and that's going to be 4 runs. That's a lovely shot by Cook. Final ball of this, the 18th over. He's in and bowls, and he's away from us. Comes into bowl to Tom Clark. And Clark hammers that one onto the leg side, and again 2 fielders on that leg side. Sam Cook running in down the hill, bowls to Tom Allsop, who hammers that down the ground. That's a super shot. 199 for 2. Allsop on 22 off 11. Comes in and bowls, and he's been dropped. Or is that a bit harsh? He was going to club that one away, and he's been. Mid-innings. It's going to be Sam Cook rather running into bowl to Tom Allsop, who is going to be caught off the final ball. Oh, he's put down! Oh, that is an absolute howler. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Running in to bowl to Rossington. He's in and bowls. Rossington pulls it away on the leg side, and he's going to be caught by the clock tower scoreboard. And then Sussex pick up a wicket with the second ball of the innings.
He kind of, apart from the first ball, it's been a dream start really. You don't want an injury, but I mean, to get Rossington early.
Is he? Sorry, yes, you're right.
He's come on for Harrison.
What am I talking about? In comes Robinson to bowl to Dean Elgar, who clips this one away back to the square on the leg side. Essex 9 for 1 in pursuit of this 208 to win. Pepper drives, and that's a good shot. Coles In again from the Cromwell Road, in left arm around the wicket, in and bowls, and Pepper's added again, and that's going to be 4 more. Again, crumbs, I need to get these glasses done again. in comes Coles, around the wicket, bowls to Pepper, who's pulling this one away, and that's gone many a mile. In comes Mills, bowls.
He's got him.
Has he bowled him?
Bowled him, yeah.
Yes, he's bowled him. Well, it's a swing at Elgar. Can't believe it though, Chris, can he?
Well, I mean,
he's going to talk to Michael Pepper and he's saying, what happened?
It's not really that windy.
Mills, Cromwell Road, and a little skip and a jump as he makes his way in around the wicket, bowls, and and J. Devon Nudcat, who's coming over for the championship.
Yes.
I notice he has played T20 cricket.
Yeah.
In comes McAndrew. It's ramped away by Pepper.
Wouldn't you try and not get out in a whole net?
In comes McAndrew, bowls, and that's a nice looking shot, clipped away, slightly over pitch by Nathan McAndrew. And that's
Like he's got those basics as well.
in comes McAndrew, bowls, and he's pulled that way. That was too short for him. He hasn't got all of that, but the right-handed Robin Duss. In comes Robinson, bowls. Oh, he beats Duss. Oh, in fact, he's nicked that behind. Just what Sussex needed.
Yeah, and what's nice is that, I mean, he's brought him on to get a wicket. They've got a bit of momentum, Essex there. Now, Pepper's going really well, so...
Ollie Robinson 2 for 10 in his 3rd over. He's in and bowls, and Walter is caught. It's 2 in 2.
Dan Hughes, wasn't it?
I think it was.
Yeah.
Good spot, Chris. And Walter is on his way. So there you are. You bring Robinson back. He picks up a 2 in 2. Let's listen to the crowd. In comes Robinson. Down the hill. Bowls, and the hat-trick is averted. Matt Robinson, final ball. Fifth ball of the over. In and bowls, and Critchley drives. He's going to get runs here through backward point. James Coles is in hot pursuit. I'm not sure he's going to cut that off. The outfield is lightning quick. 3rd over, running in down the hill. Bowls to Critchley, short, pulled away by Critchley, and that's going to be another boundary. A bit too short from Ollie Robinson. In comes...
Because he knows I'll criticise him.
In comes an out ball, pulled away. Well, this time there's no question about that. That has gone many a mile, and Tom... As he comes in from the sea end of the ground, comes into bowl to Michael Pepper. Pepper swings that one away, and he swung that away down towards fine leg, and he's in again. Bowls to Pepper, who plays that in the air, but safely enough through mid-wicket. Tom Clark is very quickly in from the mid-wicket boundary, throws on the bounce to John Simpson. One more to Michael Pepper. That's a very good half-century. 50 comes Coles and hammered away. Now, is this going to be caught? No, it's not. It's a good shot by Michael Pepper. He's got away for 6. He's coming in from the Cromwell Road end, down the hill, comes in and bowls to Critchley, who is caught. Really good catch down at fine leg, because that was going very fast. And McAndrew back into the attack, picks up a wicket with his first ball.
Yeah, that was flying as well. I think, another yard up and a yard either side. It was 6. But it's got to score from ball 1, otherwise it will jump up too much.
Lamb in bowls, hammered away. That is a nice shot. That's a super shot by Charlie Allison. Here comes Lamb, bowls to Pepper. Oh, that's a good shot. That's a good shot. Jack Carson into the attack, the off spinner from the Cromwell Road end, comes in the bowls to Allison, who plays a nice shot away for extra cover, and that's going to race away for 4 runs. The outfield, Carson in and bowls. Allison hammers that one away on the leg side. It's 3 back-to-back boundaries for in again. Bowls. And Allison Fordy hammers that away, and that has gone many a mile. That has gone for 6.
Most of them caught deep square leg anyway.
In comes McAndrew, pulled away by Pepper. That's got a huge hit. Michael Pepper, Essex needing 9 and over. Mills is in, bowls, and Pepper. Oh, wow. What a shot that is. He's absolutely... Can Danny Lamb get out of this over? Running in up the hill, bowls to Pepper, hammers this one away, and is it going to be caught?
No,
James Coles, it's gone 6.
I think they need 2 wickets quickly. That's the only thing will be the wickets.
On 93, in comes Coles.
Bowles,
he's at it again. That's a super shot. He smashed that, Michael Pepper, over extra cover. That's a magnificent shot. Coles again. Michael Pepper on 99. James Coles is in and bowls, and Pepper nudges that onto the onside. Plays it to mid-on, and a very sporting Hove crowd applaud, and that's a tremendous 100 from Michael. But you ain't seen many better than that, to be honest. We really can win this, and perhaps that brings a slightly different pressure. Coles in again, hammered away. Well, having none of that is Michael Pepper. He's just absolutely belted that away. Robinson in, bowls, and pulled away. That could be, no, it's not out. It's pulled away, and it's gone for coming into bowl to Michael Pepper, who hammers that away down the ground for 4 runs. That brings the scores level to Michael Pepper, and Pepper clips that one away for 4 runs, and that is the end of a brilliant innings.
Wowee. Sets up today nicely as well, doesn't it?
Very good. Get one more win. We're third, aren't we?
Yeah.
Just one more.
Yeah. All right.
All good, ready to go.
Okay, level check.
Happy. And Charlie, would you just give me a level check?
Hello.
Hello, hello. Perfect. Good to go, thanks.
Right, 3, 2, 1. Well, delighted to be joined by one of our young superstars, Charlie Allison. Charlie, before we reflect on anything else, Hove yesterday, how long did it take you to come down off that particular cloud?
I mean, I think Pepe was kind of the main spotlight, so just being there for him, it was not too long. Didn't take me too long to get back
Yeah,
down.
but they come in, what was it, 90 for 5 in the 10th over, and, you know, chasing 208. You did your job, and that must be huge pleasure to you to identify that you've done your job for the first team.
Yeah, I've been waiting to try contribute to the team, so to come in, all I had to do was kind of be there for Peps, let him do what he does. So
Has it changed the vibe in the camp today?
I don't think so, not necessarily. Each game's different. We kind of turn up with the same attitude each time, so I don't think so.
For you personally, young man looking to establish yourself within the group, obviously you started out in the Metrobank Cup last summer, but then you've had the World Cup in South Africa to start the year. You've been showing really well with Luke and with Noah in the England under-19s this season as well. How important has that progress been when you look back over the last 12 months to get satisfaction, I suppose, of your progress thus far?
I think the 50 over comp was really good way to get some exposure and some experience. So that was a great experience last summer. And then to be able to go away in the winter in hard conditions in India and South Africa was again great, and great for the progress. So.
And it is progress in your mind.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you, 19 now?
Yeah, especially as I'm so young.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, do you have to remind yourself that sometimes, or is age immaterial? He says, hopefully.
Occasionally, I think my brother kind of reminds me a bit.
Does he?
Yeah.
Does he keep you down? Is he big brother still?
He tries to.
I mean, identity within the group is very important, and I know Army and Tom are very keen on youngsters having their say and finding their identity. Do you feel like you're setting up, shall we say, within this group now?
I think it's such an easy group to try to get into. They're all so welcoming. We've got such a good team spirit that it's actually quite easy. Like, I found it easy going into the Metrobank last year. Just like I think Noah's as well. He settled in so well as well. So it's a really good environment here.
And well, let's talk about the Metrobank, because of course we're back here starting this year's campaign. I think it's Warwickshire, isn't it, next week?
Yeah.
The importance of that for the likes of you, Noah, Luke and others, to actually use that step, use that showcase, for want of a better word, to actually find your feet and show what you can do to the Essex public.
Yeah, exactly. As we've got such a young side, it's so good for us youngsters to play against, because some teams still have some really good sides out. Like, we lose a lot of players to the 100, but others don't. So to play against some really good players is brilliant.
An opportunity knocks when that door's open. You've got to step through, and you already have. So
Exactly.
you have that confidence.
Yeah. Well, you always got to have that confidence, whether that's within yourself or however you go about it. You've always got to have that. That's
good to hear. Right, let's talk about today. You had fun in the sun by the seaside yesterday.
Oh, great day.
How important is it playing here at the Cloud County Ground to have the Essex faithful shouting in your direction with their support?
I think against a team like Surrey, who are obviously extremely strong, to be at home with the Essex fans behind us is very important. Hopefully they can get behind us and we put a good result today.
I mean, we're not going to see Dan the Man in his brown cap this time, more's the pity, but you know, they're a strong unit despite the England absentees that they've had.
Yeah.
You know, they're top of the log in both tournaments, so they're going well, so you're going to have to make sure you get good starts, I guess.
Yeah, it's always important, isn't it? No matter what team you play against, so especially in the South Group, there's so many good sides that you've got to give your best each game. So we'll try to do that today.
Today obviously has a few different sporting occasions going on. One of them kicks off at 8 o'clock tonight. Where are you going to be watching that, and how loud do you shout? Do you get vociferous and very emotive with it?
I think I'm watching it back home with some mates.
Over a quiet cup of tea?
Yeah. No, I think I'll get into it a little bit. It's a final. Remember the final 20, when was it? When did we play Italy in the final?
What was that? 2021.
Yeah, so that was a bit gutting, but hopefully this time.
Hopeful, confident. Fingers
Ish,
crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Well, more than fingers crossed this afternoon. Go well again against Surrey, and thanks for your time.
Cheers, thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, good afternoon. If you're just joining us here at the Cloud County Ground as we get set for our last home Vitality Blast game, and what a game it promises to be. Two teams, just 2 places between them at the top of the table, just 1 point as well. So very much all to play for after the results in the last 48 hours. Behind me, the 2 captains, Simon Harmer and Chris Jordan, talking to our umpires, Rob Bailey, Hassan Adnan, and our match referee, Jason Swift. Just talking football first before we get into the cricket. I can't talk rugby with Harmy after yesterday's result in Durban. Right, ready? Heads is a call from CJ. It's tails, right. Harmy, if I can just have a quick word. Right, you've won the toss. What are you doing, need I ask?
We're going to bowl first.
How good was yesterday, 24 hours ago? That was immense.
Yeah, unbelievable. The way that Peps and Charlie batted was phenomenal and single-handedly won the game for us. So hats off to them, and hoping they can do it again today.
Well, I want you to stay in place because we've got a presentation to make to Peps just briefly. Team news, though, for Essex today?
Just one change for us. Luke Benkenstein comes in for Robin Das.
Great stuff. Okay, we'll talk to you again in a minute. CJ, welcome back. Right, Surrey going well, top of the log in both competitions. Everything must be good in the camp right now.
Yeah, thanks a lot. No, the boys are in good place. Good to be obviously top of the league. That's what everyone's aspiring to do. So yeah, hopefully we can back up with another win today.
And especially with so many England absentees, to be top of the blast must be particularly satisfying.
No, it's definitely a testament to the squad depth and also to the mindset of the entire squad that when they get an opportunity, they definitely take it. So yeah, hopefully today's no different.
Now, bounce back from Taunton on, where are we, Friday? Trying to remember which day it was. So what the team news for Surrey this afternoon?
No, we're going with the same team.
Okay, well, go well. Great to see you back. Thanks, Chris. Now, we've got an award to make to a certain Michael Pepper. He's averaging over 48. He's scored just under 500 runs in the Vitality Blast at a strike rate of 200. And it means that he is June's PCA Player of the Month. Harmy, if you'd like to make the presentation. Peps, just a quick word. I mean, I've got to go back 24 hours. You said it was a weird day batting yesterday, and now you've had time to reflect. What do you think of that match and your performance in particular?
Yeah, obviously very incredible. Always unbelievable when you get 100 for your club, and in that circumstance we weren't in the best position to then get a win for the team in an important game was, yeah, very special. Now,
this award means a lot, I know, because it's the PCA award. The fact that Essex have backed it up, I think Jordan got the April award, and no, the May award. I'm losing track of where we are. So very important for you two guys right now.
Yeah, obviously it's a very special award when it's voted around the country. So that's obviously good, and this fact that it's staying within Essex shows we're in a good place, especially as we're high up in the tables in both competitions. So yeah, hopefully that continues.
Yeah, hopefully that continues this afternoon. Go and get yourself ready. Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Pepper. Right, so Essex have won the toss and are going to bowl. Let's now take a look back at the last time these two teams met in the Vitality Blast. That was last season at the Kia Oval.
So Essex won the toss and chose to field in this huge game for them, and Surrey as well, much riding on it. They're desperate for a home draw on Thursday when the quarters kick in. Will Jacks and Laurie Evans, as ever, began in a hurry. Jason Roy lurking at number 3, but it was the old guard of these two, Will Jacks and Laurie Evans initially. Early flurry of boundary fours before Laurie Evans was the first to go, picking up Aaron Beard, and a tidy catch by Dan Lawrence at deep backward square. Laurie Evans just going for 9 from 11, and it brought Jason Roy to the crease to join Will Jacks. Jacks demonstrating his power and class with a couple of enormous sixes. It was Jacks who got into his work initially, and then Jason Roy returning to the side after that calf injury sustained in the warm-up to the first game of Surrey's T20 campaign, reminding the punters exactly what an incredible talent he is. Just as Will Jacks was getting going into his work, 23 from 13, Sam Cook, who'd gone the distance, cleaned him up with a beautiful slower ball, back of the hand, in the block hole. Will Jacks playing over the top of it. It was a much-needed wicket for Essex at the time. Jason Roy, meanwhile, just went about his business, happily getting back into form. Sam Curran joined him at 4. Didn't really get going this afternoon and perished for just 3. Simon Harmer picking up the wicket. Pretty straightforward catch for Daniel Sams at deep mid-wicket. And when Sam Curran went, Essex were doing it pretty well. 64 for 3, Surrey were in the 8th. But all it did was bring the great Sunil Narayan to the crease. He's simmered and threatened with the bat through this tournament, but this was the statement knock of his campaign so far. Full of class and invention and impudence. That reverse sweep set 6 was really out of the top drawer. And just as Jason Roy was really settling in on 28, Shane Snater's medium pace managed to induce the edge, and it was well taken at the second attempt by Adam Rossington standing up. Sunil Narayan, meanwhile, was really opening those shoulders of his. He would hit 7 boundary fours in his 78. Jamie Overton joined him in good form and contributed a couple of hefty blows himself. He made 23, including these 2 sixes from the same over of Daniel Sams. In the end, it would be Paul Walter who takes the wicket of Jamie Overton. Just couldn't quite get enough of it, aiming for that shortish mid-wicket boundary, and it was a good catch because it was a steepler. Daniel Sams under the high ball. Sunil Narayan, meanwhile, simply went about his business. He was unstoppable in those final overs. Anything in the slot was deposited for 4 or 6. 7 boundary fours and 6 maximums in the end. Tom Curran's flurry, 12 from 10, came to an end, rather unfortunately, bringing Daniel Sams his solitary wicket. And Sunil Narayan in the final over had some fun. 6th and final 6. And then from the very final delivery of the innings, moving across his stumps, a missed chance, and that runs away for 4. Surrey 195 for 6. Essex needing 196 to win and to stay in the tournament. Essex were chasing 196 to win. It was a tough ask at the start, and that tough ask became even harder with Adam Rossington going to the second ball of their reply. Sam Curran just holding it back a little bit, and Jason Roy returning to the side, having injured himself in the warm-up of their first game in this tournament, taking an easy catch at mid-on. After that, Daniel Lawrence, Surrey bound from next year, of course, and Michael Pepper, a fine young player that is very highly rated by the Essex hierarchy, got together and put on an absolute clinic. Some of the cleanest hitting we've seen in the tournament so far. Michael Pepper really got things going, almost obliterated the sight screen at one point. Dan Lawrence took a little bit longer to get going from his end, but he treated the patrons of South London to some miraculous work. They'll be enjoying Dan Lawrence's skills and talents next year in a Surrey shirt, but in the meantime, he had a job to do for Essex, and he did it very effectively and classily indeed. They put on in all 140 in just 11.3 overs. It was spectacular. They shared 9 sixes and 11 boundary fours between them. Michael Pepper brought up his 50 and then moved serenely on through the gears, finally perishing for 75. Some of the cleanest hitting we've seen. And it was an important knock, not just for the individual, but in the context of Essex's season. They'd lost 4 coming in here, 4 on the spin. They desperately needed a win to keep themselves alive in this tournament. Daniel Lawrence, meanwhile, was as impish and as impudent and as creative as we've come to expect. Lawrence's 50, yet again, just came up in just 29 deliveries, and that extra cover 6 from the bowling of the great Sunil Narayan, perhaps the shot of the day. At one point it looked like Essex were absolutely cruising, not a care in the world. Lawrence, having broken the back of the run chase on 58, skewed Narayan up to Sam Curran. Essex were on 140 in the 12th at that point, but there is a soft underbelly in Essex's middle order in this tournament so far, and it was rather exposed as the pressure got to them. Michael Pepper went for 75, no blame attached to him. It was an excellent knock that really got Essex into the ascendancy. Chris Jordan, who's probably the pick of Surrey's bowlers, picked up his first and only wicket. Jamie Overton doing the business at deep mid-wicket. Paul Walter, an injudicious shot in truth to give Gus Atkinson his only wicket. Walter went for 3 from 7, and at this point Essex was just starting to wobble. The pressure of the occasion and what was at stake, the chance of a top 4 finish in a quarter-final, weighed heavily on their middle order, and Matt Critchley, rather panicked, ran himself out for 4 from 8 deliveries. Jason Roy, who was excellent in the field on his return, affecting 2 run-outs and a couple of catches. Daniel Sams, Essex's finisher, came in, clubbed his second delivery for 6, and at that moment we thought that the run chase had been essentially iced, but not to be. From the very next delivery that Daniel Sams faced, he perished Jason Roy's second catch of the day on the 45. And suddenly, Essex was 6 down for 179, and they still needed 17 from 2.5 overs. Simon Harmer, the skipper, came in with a point to prove. He was all business. Meanwhile, at the other end, Feroz Kushi was doing some sensible work, playing within himself, and it was Harmer who called himself through for that second run. And although it was tight and Harmer was frustrated with the decision, replay suggested that the umpire got it absolutely spot on. Essex were really wobbling at this point. 188 for 7. But this was the moment. Final delivery, 3 needed. A boundary 4 was going to be the only answer. Feroz Kushi climbs into the short one. The longest boundary here at the Kia Oval. And Chris Jordan's magnificent effort and athleticism couldn't quite deliver. The flick back over the shoulder landed outside the perimeter, and Jamie Overton, who was waiting for that return catch, could only see the ball land on the floor. Surrey will wait to find out who they play, but they will be packing their bags and travelling away. Essex live to fight another day.
Each match is played by two teams of 11 players. Some are batters, some are bowlers, and there's one wicket-keeper. Both teams have a chance to bat and bowl. Look out for the coin toss. That's how they decide which team bats or bowls first. Each team has 20 overs to score as many runs as possible. The team with the most runs wins the game. 1 over is made up of 6 good deliveries from the bowler. To score runs, batters hit the ball and run between the stumps. If the ball reaches the boundary, it's 4 runs, and if it gets there without bouncing, that's a 6. While the batting team is scoring runs, the bowling team are trying to stop them and get the batters out by taking wickets. A few ways batters can be out are bowled, caught, run out, stumped, and LBW. Watch out for signals from the umpires, 4s, 6s, wickets, and these when a bad delivery has been bowled. Bad deliveries add runs to the batting team's score, and the bowler must bowl an extra ball. If you see the umpire doing this, the next ball is a free hit, and the batter cannot be out, bowled, caught, LBW, or stumped. And those are all the basics you need to know to get behind your team in this year's Vitality Blast competition.
and Sussex.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. Every session is all out action. All invited, even mum and dad. Tap, ball, catch, go. All stars and All Stars.
Sam Cook has sent him all the way back, and that is a wonderful hat-trick. Fabulous wrists from Jordan Cox, and that's gone all the way for 6.
It is slower ball. Take a punt, pop it downtown, and say thank you very much.
Catch it! Chance to catch, that is excellent! Again from the Essex skipper Simon Harmer.
It's been a day for the Dutch, it's been a day for the Strength Monster.
When we went to the Oval, when we play a Vitality Blast game there, quite frequently there'll be as many Essex fans in the Oval on the way home from business, and as there will be Surrey fellas, there really will.
Yeah.
So good afternoon to everybody, wherever you're listening. If you're of Surrey's persuasion, we wish you the best. Their batsmen, Sibley and Jacks, come out from directly underneath us, which is the T20 dressing room, the away team dressing room, where Essex have come out in their normal gate towards the pavilion. And the umpires today, I think, are Rob Bailey, formerly of Derbyshire and Northamptonshire, and I think it's one of the...
Hassan Adnan.
Yes, I think he's a former cricketer, but he's here today as the river end, or the Sir Alistair Cook end, where he's going to be officiating, and up the other end is well, his nickname is Bill Bailey, but we always call he's known as Rob Bailey, playing as a batsman, very strong bottom-handed leg side
England
player.
Northants, I remember him particularly.
Yeah, he was. We're playing in the middle. The pitch is the same one used as Friday night against Kent. A little bit drier, and can I tell you, it's officially, it's a full house minus 40 seats.
Perfect. Which, when you consider there are one or two other sporting events going on today.
What's that?
Well, there's some tennis, and I believe there's some football later.
You'll be in the car on the way home.
Yes, going quite fast.
Right, if you'd like to take the first ball, it's Sam Cook from the Hayes Close end.
Sam Cook then into lovely delivery and beats Will Jacks. Poke outside off stump with the very first delivery. Good carry, good bounce, just as Don was telling us that this pitch he was expecting to bounce a little bit more, do a little bit more than possibly last Friday, and certainly the early signs are good.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good wicket. Just get over a little bit of the new ball. It will swing for 3 or 4 overs, and Essex are so pleased to have Sam Cook back in the ranks.
Sam Cook then right arm over the wicket. This time Will Jacks is onto the front foot, and that's a glorious cover drive, slightly overpitched on this occasion, and that goes for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot, little bit of width maybe, just given on the fall and seeing if there's a swing there. Harmer's at first slip, but it was a majestic cover drive through to the boundary. We're playing fairly central. I'm trying to look at which side would probably be the bigger side. I think it's fairly central today.
Well, Sam Cook in once again, and this is helped into the leg side, I think via the pad rather than the bat. There was half a thought of an appeal from Harmer at slip, but certainly wicketkeeper and bowler didn't think there was anything in it, but the score moves up to 5.
Spent a bit of time with Will Jacks in the Caribbean. I know he was a little bit disappointed, as
You're
you
going to drop
expect.
that quite a lot today.
Well, yeah, I did have close to 6 weeks out there.
Yeah, no, it's fair play.
You haven't made any mention about my tan.
Your tan is excellent.
Thank
I
you.
noticed the shorts as
Thank
well,
you.
just to show it off, which was good to see.
I do wear shorts in December, actually,
Yeah,
to
no,
be fair.
I'm a little similar. So it is Dom Sibley who has surprised many people by the way he's gone about his business in T20 this year, though that is a very correct forward defensive right from the Dom Sibley school.
It was a little bit of bounce there, as we saw with the first ball, and it certainly hit the splice, probably just made a slightly different noise as opposed to the middle. It was a very good ball, but equally a very good response from the Surrey opening batsmen, who haven't actually changed their side today.
No, unchanged from the defeat last time out at Sussex, and that's played nicely up to mid-off. Sorry, last time out, of course, was against Somerset. And that is another forward defensive, nicely bowled. But Dom Sibley, 6 matches so far in the T20 Blast this year.
He doesn't often play them, to be fair.
No, but he's forced his way into the team somewhat this year. As
I think he batted 4 a couple of times and he's been promoted to open.
With Rory Burns wicket-keeping, as that is again just played into the offside. Nice delivery again from Sam Cook, to warm applause, as you can hear, from the Essex faithful to the end of what turned out to be a very good over. There was the one ball he tried to pitch up that was gloriously put away by Jacks before a leg by, but he'll be pretty pleased with the fact it's 5 without loss after the first over.
What surprised me is England did so well in their 3-day test against the West Indies. They were brutal. I did expect Dan Lawrence to attend today, I really did. And I wonder if Surrey did approach England to say, do you think he's worthy of a game today here at Chelmsford, because it's a few days before the next test match, and I don't think they're already in Nottingham. I think they're still in London, so from London to Chelmsford he could have had a game here. But it's going to be Harmer now bowling to Jacks. Jacks hits into the leg side. It goes all the way out to long on, where Michael Pepper, he made that magnificent match-winning 120 yesterday. Fields in front of the Tom Pearce stand as Harmer, the off-spinners bowling, and Jacks, and in particular probably Sibley, will look to play into the leg side with the spin. Both are very, very accomplished leg side players.
Yeah, Will Jacks just his second game, of course, in the T20 Blast this year, because he was away with England in that World Cup with Don.
Harmer in, right arm over, and misfielded out at short mid-wicket, which is Snater, and Surrey come through for an extra single. He bobbled it. If a goalkeeper had done that, it would have gone off for a corner, wouldn't it? Hey?
Oh, he's taken his trousers down as well, which is always an interesting thing to occur on a cricket field.
For Sibley, they've given themselves an extra man on the leg side, where Jacks is facing Harmer. They bring him across to the to the offside. Harmer bowls. This is swept in the air. There is no man out at deep backward square. That's a particularly healthy shot from Will Jacks. And that really is. He went down early. He is actually a tall man, but he got right low and was able to clear the inner field, because the man is at deep mid-wicket, the second person who's out on the leg side, and square leg is up, saving one adjacent to the umpire. So a very sensible, smart shot. This time it's whipped by Jacks into the leg side, goes out to deep mid-wicket. There is one run. And so far it's been pretty productive off every ball.
And that's Jack's highest score in the competition this year.
Did you do much research to gain that?
I did. He
well
9 in his last match.
Harmer right arm over, comes down the wicket to Sibley. Sibley drives it out to Pepper at long on in front of the river stand, but right beneath us for a single. So very much continues on the theme as a run off each ball in this over so far, including a decent boundary. Jacks to face, comes down the wicket, it's a full toss, it's going to be safe, it's gone in the air, it's going to go all the way for 6 as it goes into the executive boxes. That's very high, wide and handsome. That was a genuine full toss, and Jacks has taken full range of a full toss and hit it into the executive boxes for 6. So after that over, the score has moved to 19 for 2.
Yeah, 14 off that over, but Simon Harmer will be disappointed with that last delivery. It was a buffet ball as far as Will Jacks was concerned, and he helped himself to 6 runs. So now
Bosch,
we have another change of bowling as the
South African
full range of bowlers are used. I'll steal my notes back in a minute. And that is smacked down just over the head of mid-off. It wasn't entirely timed by Dom Sibley, but he gets a couple. Ethan Bosch, the 26-year-old South African. Thank you very much, Mr. T.
Yeah. I saw him play in the winter in the SA20s. Quite a competitive fella, actually. Afrikaans, son of his brother plays first class, but he's the son of Tertius Bosch. Some years ago played a bit of county cricket as well as test cricket.
Well, Ethan Bosch is in once again. Sibley trays a very clever little shot, actually. In the end, it was a little reverse flick over the stumps, and he played it fine enough that it was a distance away from wicket-keeper Rossington, and goes for 4 runs at the Sir Alistair Cook end.
That really was a top shot. As he's gone across his stumps. We're not in line, but I presume he's gone outside off stump and just helped it.
Yep.
All he has to do is sort of ramp it gently, get it on the pace, use the pace, and it sailed fine for 4.
In again, and this time Sibley's down the wicket to try and take the ball early, but decent delivery and a decent response from Bosch means that Sibley has to play it defensively up to mid-on. There is no run. Yeah, that was the thing with that lovely shot for 4, was that you're absolutely right. He just helped it. The ball was going there, so I'll just pick it over.
That's right.
Lovely timing.
Yeah. And to show you, he's just gone down the wicket. We've just seen a dot ball, but he's gone down the wicket to the bowler.
And this time he tries to swing it over into cow corner, and it ends up rattling into his pads, and there is no run. Well bowled again, and this has been a decent comeback by Ethan Bosch after that early assault from Dom Sibley, who's trying to get him away and finding it difficult for these last 2 deliveries.
I just think back to Harmer's full toss, which was wrapped up as Christmas, Easter and birthday, but I'm not giving him too much stick about it. He was trying to probably to bowl a Yorker to try and stop him hitting down the ground, but ended up bowling a very, very poor moose.
Bosch this time, and that's another good ball, and it's another dot ball, and after those first 2 deliveries he just brought the length back a touch. It's just short of a length at the moment, and Sibley's struggling to take full toll of it. Interesting to see if he tries to invent another shot for this final ball of the Ethan Bosch
3
over.
dot balls out of the 5.
Yep.
1 good 4, but if he can get out of this over now, it will be a good over.
It will, just the 6 from it. Make that 10, because it's smashed back over his head for 1 bounce for 4. And again, just ever so slightly over pitching. That and the fact that Sibley is looking to get onto the front foot. And that's probably the best that Sibley's timed the ball. And he moves up to 12 from the 11 balls he's faced. 10 off the over means that 29 have come up off the first 3. Remember, there were just 5 off the first over.
Look, he's bowled 4 terrific balls. He's gone for a 4 which was scooped by Sibley, and then he's gone for a 4 back past him. Now, the only thing I would say, and I'm being really pernickety here, he wasn't hitting the top of off, was Bosch. He was probably hitting middle up the off stump, which didn't hit the splice, it hit the middle, and it was a good opportunity for a run scoring ball for Sibley, and he made a very good shot there, straight back past the bowler to the Hayes close end. Snater, new bowler into the attack, keepers up to the stumps, and this time it's bowled at, oh, that's a lovely shot, not a lot wrong, maybe a bit of width, but that was hitting the top of off, and he's caressed it, has Jacks through the offside, it's run across the netting area, and let me tell you, that is a beautiful top shot. Almost gave himself a little bit of room, he did, but I can't say it's a poor ball.
No, absolutely. Bowler didn't do anything wrong.
Snater up the hill then, passes the umpire, he bowls again. This is forced into the leg side, just maybe short of a length, where Bosch does the fielding at deep square leg, and there is only 1 run. 33, or has it become 34?
34 now, and Jacks has raced on to 21 from 9.
We always like to involve our scorer. So
apologies.
No, David Jackman, he is a stalwart. He's been here for years.
We don't normally have one.
Exactly.
This is riches beyond.
It's important we use
commentary
him.
dreams.
Very important. It's a great honour and asset to have a scorer in our box. Snater in. Keeper standing up, bowls, and that's an LBW shout. I'm interested, the umpire's interested. That looked to me as if it just didn't get up as much. But anyway, Essex have got a wicket. It's that of Dom Sibley. He has been dismissed. LBW to Shane Snater, and Sibley made 12, I believe. So there's the first wicket. 33 for none becomes 33 for 1, Guy.
Absolutely, and well bowled by Snater. Brave bowling, not afraid to pitch it up a little bit, and just did. Sibley for a little bit of pace then as well. We're just watching the replay.
Did it get up?
It didn't get up, but it was as plumb could be.
Yeah. I must say, it looked out from where I was. Well, we were really interested.
I think Sibley, probably because it was just pitched up slightly further than Sibley was expecting, he tried to flick it away to leg. He certainly was just pinned in front.
He probably had a better chance of hitting it if he was looking to hit it straight as opposed to so square. But listen, I'm not criticising, but he's gone, and to the crease it brings, well, a fairly talented fella who plays a lot of franchise cricket. He's played at Birmingham, he's played at Sussex, and it's Laurie Evans who's going to face the ball His first ball from Shane Snater, and this is played into the leg side. They'll look for one. Will they get two? It goes behind square, down at deep backward square leg. They just take the single, and he's up and running. Score 35 for 1.
Yeah, this is his 294th T20 match.
Played a lot in Western Australia.
Yep.
Yeah, he's had 2 spells with Surrey, and he also captained Manchester Originals.
Ah. Good knowledge.
In the 100 when they lost the final to Sam Cook's Trent Rockets.
Oh yeah, a couple of years ago.
Nater in, slower ball. My word, that is something to behold. That has gone for 6, and it's gone very high, very far, not just cleared the boundary, it's gone way over the boundary from Will Jacks. It was a slower ball, but it wasn't spotted really by anybody else but Will Jacks, who saw it very quickly. He waited and he just caressed it, but it went many a mile over long off.
He is in some form at the moment, Will Jacks. That is miles out of the ground.
Really
That's
was.
in the trees next to the river.
Yes, well, there's the Parkway dual carriageway.
Well,
and they have replaced the ball. Snater, what can he do now? Bowls a little bit quicker, a little bit heavier into the pitch, and it's forced into the leg side out to deep mid-wicket, where that concludes the over. And Essex, well, after winning the toss and deciding to bowl, Surrey have only lost the 1 wicket, and they've moved to 42 for 1.
Yeah, and that is largely thanks to Will Jacks, who, when he gets into this kind of form, can be such a dangerous batter. We're just having a quick look at his record in this form of the game. T20s, he's now played 171. He's scored nearly 4,500 runs at 30, and a strike rate, and this is the scary bit, of somewhere approaching 160.
Well, if they're listening, good afternoon to Linda and Nick Jacks, who again I've got to know in the sort of parents.com of English cricket. Will is looking good. In comes.
He is, and that is down the leg side, as I
South African again.
So used to Don talking at Bosch again, and that will be. Did he get away with that one?
He might have. I don't know if he went outside.
Wide?
It was a wide, so he's going to have to re-bowl it. Will Jacks, who played for England in the T20 World Cup,
has come bounced back with a bang, hasn't he, as far as Surrey are concerned, and that just ties up Will Jacks, and I think that was a midships, as described once by, or just top of thigh anyway.
Guy, they call it an abdominal protector, don't they? The box.
Really?
The box is formerly known as an abdominal protector. I didn't realise my abdominals were so low.
The older I get, they've kind of slumped slightly, but yeah, even so, it's not quite there yet.
That's called abdominal.
Yeah, something else.
Padding.
Quite.
Jacks.
It will be Bosch to continue. Good delivery to Jacks. This time, Jacks has just flicked it away into the leg side, but there is a man out there in the deep mid-wicket, and just manages to keep them down to a single.
You know Bosch is going to bowl pretty straight because he's only allowed the 2 fellas out. Essex do not have a boundary defender on the offside. The 2 fellas that were out were deep square leg and deep mid-wicket for Jacks. But for the right-handed Laurie Evans, they've put a wideish third man out and brought the deep mid-wicket up into the ring.
Bosch is in, and that's a decent delivery, and it was ended up a nothing kind of rather dangerous wafted drive outside off stump from Evans, who at first thought he was rocking back to punch one off the back foot through the covers. Then the ball didn't do anything like he was expecting it to, and he ended up surviving, would be probably the best way to describe that, but nicely bowled again by Bosch, after that wide. He does bowl quite a lot of dot balls, as we've seen in both overs so far, as he's in once again, and that is guided nicely down to third man. but certainly no liberties could be taken with that slightly sharper, shorter delivery. Just the 3 runs from the over so far, including that wide, so 2 balls remaining.
When did you get the call to cover Surrey?
I think earlier this week.
Did you? Oh, right, good.
So,
good.
But always a pleasure to, 1, come here and 2, see Surrey. So that seemed to take the pace off ever so slightly on that delivery, Bosch, and you could hear it wasn't entirely timed by Jacks, but it was really nicely placed, so they were able to run through for 2 as he punched it into the gap on the offside. As Dom says, there isn't anyone out deep sweeping on the offside, so the man at extra cover had to go back quite a way to cut the ball off and couldn't stop them taking the second.
Be interesting to see how the ball changes in after the power play, and does it get a bit older? Is there a bit of reverse swing?
Bosch short. Oh, and that is lucky from Jacks. You feel for the bowler on that occasion. He's gloved it through the vacant slip area for 4.
Guy, I'm going to say he played for it because it was bounced in. It was a genuine short ball. He started to give himself room, and I think I'm going to give the batsman credit there. I think that's a really good shot. He got something on it. There's a short third man. There isn't a third man, and simply got something on the ball, and it was going to travel away for 4, an easy 4. But listen, that's a Essex can't. I'm going to look at my
I think that's
colleague.
an ex-player's view of that shot.
I'm going to ask the scorer, David Jackman, to get involved. Tell me, out of the 5 overs, how many runs have gone off the last ball? This time it's Sam Cook changing ends. This is going to go and run away for 4. That's a good looking shot from Laurie Evans. That really was. It was played on the offside. He opens the face of the bat and was able to pierce a gap on the in between extra cover and indeed mid-off. Great looking shot. So, well, there was a 6 and a 4 and a 1 and a 1, and the last over went for 4, didn't it? A 1, did it? So, 4, thank you very much. So 3 of the 5 overs has seen a boundary off the last ball.
Good
the
work.
Kind of things that you pick up as a bowler.
Yeah.
And you know,
You
bowling
think you've
your
bowled a
last
good
ball.
over.
Yeah. There's no point bowling a really good over and then letting the side down with your last ball. If they score a magical boundary, that's fine. But you can't give an easy run scoring option. Cook away from us, bowling to Laurie Evans. Laurie Evans giving himself room, and he goes through the backward point. Probably he misses backward point, and it goes for 4. Again, he's given himself room. He's opened up the offside, and he's opened the face, and he was always looking to play through that third down to the vacant third man. For me, the last 5 or 6 balls has been some great batting.
Yeah, I might have verged on the thickish outside edge there, but I will give that to you.
Cook again, slower ball, driven out for 1 run, fielded by our South African, the opening batsman, who prevents any further runs. 1 more run, 56, I think 60. The scoreboard is way behind here at Chelmsford, 60 for 1, Jacks 35, Laurie Evans has 11 off 7, and Jacks 35 off 15 balls. Tells a story. Jacks facing. This just played into the leg side with Allison, the young batsman, fielding at sort of short mid-wicket really, but he couldn't stop the easy single as Surrey ensure there isn't a dot ball bowled. At the end of the over, I shall be leaving. Guy will take over, and it's going to be Nick Gledhill to join.
I go.
Oh, you go, do you?
I go.
Oh, fair enough.
Quite rightly.
As it's a bouncer, it's short, it's pulled into the leg side, well fielded by Pepper, diving to his right to prevent a boundary. That was a decent bouncer, but a good shot as it's well fielded by Essex. Score 62 for 1, and that is the end of an eventful power play. I'm going to have to say that's Surrey's power play. Essex needed a couple of wickets. It's going to be Critchley into the attack, but at 62 for 1, and I can welcome Nick Gledhill. Hello, Nick.
Yeah, hi, Don. Yeah, useful power play.
Very.
Again, it's pretty cloudy, isn't it? And I thought it might be quite a warm afternoon, but the sun is struggling to break through, and one or two people sort of got sweaters on, just thinking that need to wrap up with a second layer until the sun comes out. But pleasant enough, and no real threat from rain, which is good because, of course, we've had a bit of rain in the competition this year. So it's going to be Matt Critchley at 62 for 1. It's a pretty good power play for Surrey, and driver which isn't timed. It's sort of squeezed away past Elgar down towards Charlie Allison, gets through for a single as he picks up a deep backward point in front of the pavilion. So 63 for 1. Surrey have been sent in here, and they'll be pretty pleased with their start. Got themselves a platform as Critchley from the Graham Gooch end bowls, and that's just turned away with no pace, just past the square leg umpire. They can look for the second run. That's and they decided against it at the last minute. I thought it was probably on, but they decided against it at the last minute and almost got themselves into bother as Benkenstein and Snater converged. I thought it was probably on that, but they got into more trouble when they decided against it. I thought
definitely 2 at the Oval, maybe
yes.
not so much Chelmsford, and give the credit to the fielder who raced in with a one-handed pickup to ensure they didn't return for the second.
Critchley bowls. Oh, it's a beautiful delivery which has bowled him. That one turned, and that could be an indication of how things might progress here. Benkenstein, of course, added to the side on this used pitch, and that's a very good sign for the spinners. Lovely delivery from Critchley, and that has rather beaten the really was the defensive shot. All ends up from Evans. He's gone for 13. Jacks is 37 from 17. 64 for 2 in the 7th over. Nice to see a replay of the extent to which that turned on.
Was it a googly? Because he does look to go offside, Laurie, quite a lot, and I'm interested to see what that was. It was a great bit of bowling, and we're just looking on the replay now. It's straight on, really. Straight on, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Little bit, probably done for a little bit of pace as well. Listen, 1 or 2 journalists, Nick, and one particular fella, George DeBell of The Cricketer, has talked about if England needed a spinner in Australia who could bat a bit, what about Matt Critchley? And do you know what? I've discussed that with him previously, and I am also of that persuasion that he could do a good job. I
just feel sorry for the specialist spinners, Don. I mean, we've seen them all in India.
Finger spinners,
yes.
Do they do well in Australia? Traditionally not.
But we've seen Tom Hartley and Shoaib Bashir.
Yeah, I understand. But Critchley is a proper batsman.
Yes.
And he could bat at 8. All I'm saying, he is somebody that should potentially come into a conversation.
Here's Critchley coming into bowl to Burns, and that's an appeal first up. There's certainly a little bit in it for Critchley here, because Burns is just pushing down the ground, and it's just squeezed away for a single into the offside. So interesting start here from Critchley. There was bat on that, so 65 for 2. We didn't know too much about it.
Left-handed Curran coming in.
So this is driven away just past Harmer at extra cover, up towards long off, and there is a single. So strike rotated, and with the single, Jacks goes along to 38. Burns is on 1. Pretty even start here, but that's a good wicket for Essex to take just as the partnership was building. Critchley from the Graham Gooch end bowls. Again, just a hint of a bit of turn there, and Burns waiting for it and just playing it through the gap at mid-on, and collects a single up towards Bosch, and that's the end of a very interesting first over, which brought a wicket for Matt Critchley and caused Burns troubles with his first delivery, 1 for 5 in an over for him. Burns 2 and Jacks 38, and Surrey sent in a 67 for 2 after 7 overs.
5 off the over, well bowled, and he got himself a wicket. Now Harmer coming back on, probably because of Curran, the left-handed. They talk about matchups. It's not a word that I like to use, but it's a modern day word which even in T20 cricket or the 100 and even in Test cricket it's used, but it's not a word I really like.
I suppose Curran will come in next, won't he, Don? Burns out there at the moment.
Yeah, Burns is in at the moment, Curran next, so this is why he scored a decent knock at Taunton the other day. Harmer is in, and this is reverse swapped in the air, falls just short of, I think that's Bosch, out at deep square leg.
I've just got this slight problem with defensive fielding and loading your batting up as you're talking about. You know, I think Jamie Smith's batting too low for England.
Interesting. Okay.
He's better than that. But then that would mean Stokes at 7. You know, it's an odd one.
Harmer in again, bowls. This is driven down the ground, where Jacks will take a single out to Elgar, fielding beneath us.
I mean, what do you want from a number 8? You want someone that's capable of making the odd 50 that can support a batsman who's already in. I think you want your best. You want your best spinner.
As Harmer's in. Oh, it's bowled him, I think. Maybe an edge, but I think that's turned.
Yeah, it's definitely
to
turned.
The left-handed Burns, and we'll wait to see if it was caught. But are the bails removed? I think they are.
I think it's bowled him, and this is very interesting because there's quite a bit happening for the spinners. Benkenstein playing today. It's interesting to see a replay of that one, but that was a classic Harmer dismissal.
That was a great delivery that turns, and unfortunately for Rory Burns, he's looking for the replay as well.
Tough for the left-hander against Simon Harmer at the best of times.
So
certainly.
What do I know about these matchups? It's been successful. It's done its job. Just going back to the keeper, you talked about Smith. Well played, Jamie Smith. Look,
I know he can bat with a tail, and that's probably why.
I still feel a little disappointed for Ben Folks. I do.
He's a more natural number 7, isn't he, for England? It's an interesting one because I just think that he looked the part to such a great extent, but
he's
I just
declined.
wondered
Ben Folks has declined the invitation to play any white ball. He wants to just concentrate on his red ball.
I wouldn't worry about. I think you want your best wrist spinner. I don't think you want to worry about, as long as they can sort of.
Who's your best wrist
contribute.
spinner then?
Well, we'd have to see a little bit more evidence, I think. But I mean, Critchley's done pretty well. He's getting better as a bowler all the time.
And he would have had more responsibility if someone like Simon Harmer wasn't the other end. Harmer round the wicket, this time to the left-handed Sam Curran.
You're right about finger spinners, certainly in Australia.
Yeah, you know, I was specifically thinking of Australia. I'm not necessarily thinking of Pakistan or India. As Harmer comes round the wicket, this time there's an LBW shout. I was interested. The umpire's interested. He's been given. He didn't really come forward, did Sam Curran. Sam Curran has been dismissed first ball, and he has to go. The score now becomes 69 for 3. We were at the power play. Was it 62 for 1 at the power play, I think, and it's now 69 for 4.
Well, this is. I think 160 is going to be a pretty good score on this because it's clearly turning, and it's been really tough for the left-handers against Harmer, who's on a hat-trick. And I mean, looking at this one again, going round the wicket, and again he's just sort of played round it and
he hung
pretty
back
confident.
a bit, didn't he? Didn't come
playing
forward.
off the back foot. And well, Jamie Overton's coming out. I wonder how he's going to look to negotiate the hat-trick ball. 2 singles and 2 wickets for Harmer here. And he's got 2. It's not been his best competition, Simon Harmer, but my word, he's got a surface to his liking here, and he's cashing in on it.
Well,
if Essex get a point here, they've definitely qualified. At the moment, they're very much in the box seat.
Point? Blimey.
Yeah.
Well, Harmer's going to be bowling to the big and burly Jamie Overton. and it is so good to see him back after his latest stress fracture. He's in the side, he won't be bowling, he's batting, but he has improved his batting so much in the last couple of years. Harmer into the right-handed Overton, who immediately sweeps. He gets down low enough, that's some challenge there, as he gets a little single into the leg side, and he's up and running, scores 70 for 4.
Yeah, Will Jacks is still there. He's going to be pretty crucial now for Surrey.
If you were captain of Surrey, do you say, Jacks, keep going, or do you say, Jacks, we want you to bat all 19 and then have a go in the 20th? Harmer in, Jacks pushes down into the leg side with a single, goes all the way to Elgar at the river stand for 1 run, end of a good over, and Harmer's over then. I think he's claimed 2 wickets, and the other 4 balls have gone for a single. So
yeah, it's an interesting point about Australia. Obviously, left arm spin as well. 1 or 2 options there. So, I just got a feeling it was good to see Chris Wokes back in the side, because he's guaranteed runs at number 8, isn't he, for England? He can almost bat at 7. But yes, you just feel that you don't want to overthink about batting. You probably want whoever is your form spinner at the time, I think. And of course, it may turn out to be an off spinner. We never know. Here's Critchley coming in to bowl, and that's just played away off the back foot for a single by Jacks, who moves along to 41, 72 for 4 though. Sorry, they've hit the rocks a bit against the spinners here, and certainly this used pitch is giving plenty of assistance to Critchley and to Harmer, and there's Benkenstein to come. Looks a very good move to have brought Benkenstein back into the side. BBC Essex, we're online via the BBC Sport website and app, and this is Nick Gledhill with Guy Swindles and Don Topley and our scorer David Chapman. Essex, if they win or get as much as a point, definitely into the quarter-finals, and still with an outside chance of a home tie. It's unlikely, but anyway, still with an outside chance if they win this. That's a delivery that's just played away by the former Somerset man Overton, out for a single to deep cover.
Over 7 and over 8 went for something like 5 or 6 runs, 3 wickets. 5 runs, 3 wickets.
Critchley bowls, and it's driven away up towards extra cover, and sprawling stop, and there's no run. Gloucestershire 84 for 2 at in their game at Cheltenham against Glamorgan. That's played away along the ground. Harmer giving it chase. He won't get to it. He'll leave long off to get in and prevent the second run. That's good work from Bosch out there, because there was a chance of a second, but he got to it quickly enough. Had a bit of distance to travel. 74 for 4. Jackson 42. Overton has the strike. Jamie Overton has made a great impression since joining Surrey. Become a valued member of their side. 2 men back at a square on the offside, saving 1 as a cover and a short final leg, the rest on the boundary. It's Critchley bowls, and that's hit in the air by Overton. Could be caught at long on, he's misjudged it, and it's gone down. Now that could be a big moment, because Overton's a very powerful hitter, but a single, and it was a relatively straightforward catch.
Well, they didn't take the single.
Did they not?
No, he thought he was naturally to be snaffled at long on, and he's dropped it. And he was just turned round and carried on.
Very straightforward single. Surprised they didn't run for it, but he's more surprised he's not out. That's just run down towards short third man, and there's no run off the last ball of that over.
Who dropped that?
Looking to see who it is out there, but yeah, it was relatively straightforward. So straightforward that obviously they'd run for 1 with a ball in the air, and they didn't. You're quite right to spot that. So Jacks on 42, Overton on 2, 74 for 4, and we've had 9 overs.
Pepper? Looking.
He's probably got a lot of credit in the bank if it is.
He has. Just looking. Just looking as I'm following him down. I think it was Michael Pepper. I hope I'm not doing him a disservice.
Yes.
It was. Yeah, that was.
I say plenty of credit in the bank for Michael Pepper, but he was disappointed with that.
He didn't have to move. Well, here we go. Luke Benkenstein, the 3rd Essex spinner. He's into the attack. He's bowling to the right-handed Will Jacks. Will Jacks probably has never seen him before, to be honest. Here he goes. Leggy again driven into the offside. He takes a quick single. He's going to look for two. No, they're not. They turn it down. Pepper has fielded well there at long on. Stop the two.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Anyone can drop a catch. I mean, the thing about Overton, he's just a very powerful hitter, but you normally associate him with batting a bit further down into the 20 overs than this. So he's in to try and play a fairly major innings today if he can, and take advantage of that reprieve.
Right arm leggies over the wicket. This is driven on the front foot by Jamie Overton. Interesting, where's he going to go here? He'll look to go, I think, quite straight. Generally speaking, he will play the slog sweep with his long arms. The leggy bowls again. He's going towards us. That's gone for 6, I believe it
Just
has.
cleared long on, not much in it, and certainly Dean Elgar was interested for a while there. He's still on his knees, and he's just hurt his hand, I think, trying to get to that. Might have just brushed the rope, perhaps. It was obviously a very, very near thing. Interesting replay, this. It's launched up, Elgar's out of our sight. He's actually got hands to it, and it's gone over the rope, but it's a pretty close run thing.
Paul
might have
Walter,
just got it,
Paul Walter would have caught it.
Yeah.
This time a full toss. That's gone down the ground for another 4 this time. That was a genuine full toss. But the ball that went for 6, just over Elgar's head, maybe Walter should have been there. He was taller, he could have caught it. Maybe. It wasn't a bad ball, but it was a very fine hitted 6. This time a bit leg side, a bit quicker, where Overton plays into the 45, saving one, where they don't save the one, they take the one. Too much work to do for Sam Cook. In he comes again, Benkenstein. 3 leg spinners in the game today. This is down the ground into the leg side. They're looking for 2. They will take 2. 2 more to Jacks. Listen, it's not been a bad over apart from the full toss, to be fair. 1 ball. I'm looking at my colleague. How many did that go for, David? 14. I'm going to say it wasn't as bad an over as 14. Just the full toss for 4. The others were good shots, Nick, and the score has moved to 81. Now for 4, we're about to commence the 10th over.
Hampshire Somerset latest, Hampshire 82 for 2, just into the 11th over, but Vincent McDermott are both out there. That's against Somerset, and Hampshire lose, they are out of it. Critchley, Somerset will have a problem if they lose, and that's played off the back foot and goes down towards deep cover. There's 1 run out to Charlie Allison, who did such a good job displaying the quiet supporting role, but did a very important role himself yesterday, and that would have done him a lot of good. So 1 to the total, and I have to say that Overton is cashing in at the moment on that reprieve. He's on 14 from 9, and here's Jacks, who appears to be just playing with a bit more within himself. He just comes forward and steers away into the offside, and that's a well-judged run. It goes along to 46. Yes, as if realising that Surrey can't afford to lose more wickets just at the moment.
3 leggies in this game. Surrey have got Cameron Still.
As this is lofted away down the ground. That's a powerful hit, but it could be caught at long off, and it is. And that's another wicket for Critchley, and disappointment for Will Jacks. Well, Overton, yeah, that's really, really disappointing, because he got a lot of bat on that, but not quite enough. And it's been taken at long off, and that's another wicket to the spinners to continue this sequence. So in the end, Overton didn't quite cash in as he might have done. He was out, actually, in a way he may have been the previous over in the deep. It was long on the catch the previous over. That time it was long off. But the end of Jamie Overton for 14, and Surrey will be worried about how many wickets they've lost here. It was launched away down the ground. It looked like it had enough on it, but no, it didn't. Bosch was there and took a well-judged catch. So Overton has gone. It means that certainly the role of Will Jacks becomes all the more important here for Surrey. 90 for 5 in the 11th over.
Essex will be very pleased to have got rid of Overton there. A very dangerous cricketer, and bring him to the wicket is Jordan Clark, formerly of Lancashire and indeed Cumbria Way, a very effective cricketer. In fact, when you put down a Surrey team, you would put him down. Probably not the most glamorous, but my word, he's a decent all-rounder. Really is and since he's been at Surrey, he's been so effective. Now he's going to be facing, he's a decent seamer, he's a little bit quicker than everybody expects. He hits the deck hard, but now it's the time for his batting, and he can bat.
There's Critchley, his second wicket. Oh, that's almost a third, almost an inside edge. There's plenty of turn there. It goes just past the stump and it rolls down to Benkenstein in the end, off that inside edge. But not much bat on that, it's fair to say, there from the new man, and it's almost snuck through. So Jordan Clark perilously close to being the second man to be first ball today, and that's played well by Jacks along the ground. He's looked relatively comfortable. He gets a single out towards deep mid-wicket, but a number of wickets lost, surely dictating how he has to go about this. He's on 47, Clark there on 1.
I'll just go back to Matt Critchley. I do think if England needed a number 8 and a spinner, he would do a decent job.
As that's just played away up towards cover, and there's no run. So, well, it's been a remarkable success for the Essex spinners here, because it was 64 for 1 in the 7th over, and then Laurie Evans was bowled by Critchley for 13, and then we have the 2-in-2 balls for Harmer, Rory Burns and Sam Curran, and now we've just seen Jamie Overton, who was reprieved by Pepper at long on, and then in the next over caught by Bosch at long off. So it does give Surrey with a lot of work to do, given the wickets lost here. They are 92 for 5 after 11 overs.
Harmer to continue. He is on his 3rd over, 2 for 18. Critchley 2 for 12 off 3. So in comes Harmer. Harmer bowls a full toss. This has gone in the air. It's going to go for 6. In fact, I think it's gone for 12. I think we need a new ball as it's gone into the parkway. It was a full toss. And my word, that's, you know, a brave shot, isn't it? Wow.
Yeah, a tremendous hit. I mean, he absolutely got that off the middle, and it was a huge 6.
Jacks in again, plays in to the leg side, looking for 2. Will Clark return? No, he doesn't, as Allinson does the fielding at deep mid-wicket. So 2 balls, 7 scored off the captain.
That's 50 off 28, that would be for Jacks, and 2 6s. Actually, now it would be 3 6s and 4 4s. 29
balls, 28 balls he would
I think
have
that's
done
when he got to the 50.
Yeah, that's right. Harmer again. Bowls. This is a slog sweep played into the leg side. They're only going to get 1 as it's fielded by Bosch at deep square leg, pavilion side. Good crowd in here. There's about 40 seats which haven't been bought up, so more or less a full crowd for a T20 blast against our neighbours in London. Surrey. Harmer in again, bowls a little bit quicker into the deck. Played into the leg side by Jacks. They look for 2, an easy 2. Clark running to the danger end. He called his partner back. Good cricket all round there, Nick.
Yeah, they do bat a long way down, Surrey. Often, you know, 5 down at this point be caught at panic stations. But of course, they do have Jacks, who's been there since the start, and the others can just look to try and bat round him.
Harmer in again. Bowls a little straighter, a little quicker. Cannons off the Clark's pad into the leg side, and there is no run.
Interesting to see if we see more of Benkenstein.
Yep.
You thought will do. Well, more than just a 1 over on this surface, you would have thought.
Harmer in again, bowls, decent ball, played in.
Turned again.
Yeah, off the bit of more of a leading edge into the offside. Walter does the fielding. End of the 12th over, the end of me, as Surrey have made to 203 for 5, with Jacks on 57, Clark on 2, and I welcome back Guy Swindles.
Yeah, thanks very much, John. So it's been a pretty good stint this for the Essex spinners. 3-man spin attack today, and certainly a surface-to-use surface that has helped them. But Paul Walter has been a great success, of course, in the competition this year, and not surprising to see him coming on from the Graham Gooch end. Really has been increasingly impressive in his bowling role in the short form of the game. 13 wickets and leading the Essex list, just ahead of Matt Critchley going into this game. Critchley's probably just nudged ahead of him now, of course. Welcome back, Guy.
Thank you, Nick.
And, well, it's certainly been a good knock from Jacks, but the others have slightly fallen around him against the spinners, but now we do have some seam. It's going to be from the Graham Gooch end, Paul Walter. That's driven along the ground by Jacks for a single up towards deep cover. He goes to 58 from 33, and Clark has joined him. Of course, they do bat a long way down, Surrey, so no need for panic stations, but they wouldn't want to lose another one quickly, would they?
No. Yes, they've got Chris Jordan to come. Cameron Steele's useful with the bat as well. So, yes, you're right, there's batting to come, but boy, at the moment it's Will Jacks against Essex, pretty much.
So, Walter, yes, he's got 58 of the 104, so over 50% of the runs, and here's a very nice stroke indeed from Clark, the 4 through extra cover. He really got hold of that and put it away with great certainty, and the score goes along to 108 for 5. That was all along the ground, very, very impressive, just slightly over pitch from Walter and put away. Cloudy, no sign of blue sky, one little bit of blue sky, but it's pretty chilly, or cool, shall we say, for mid-July. No immediate prospect of any hot weather on the horizon, although at least it looks like the end of the group phase of a T20 is being played in largely dry weather, which is good. Walter bowls a slower ball bouncer, which just gets up and is just paddled away really for a single out towards Snater at deep mid-wicket. Essex has got a very good record actually in this competition, surprisingly good, you might think, against Surrey. 20 wins against Surrey's 11 over the years. So they have a fairly dominant record, and they've won the last 3. These two sides have just tended to play each other once a year, which is rather odd. It doesn't seem to vary much. As Walter bowls again, and that one's played away along the ground by Jacks, away for 4 runs. It's perfectly timed that. In the end, an attempt by Allison to try and stop it, but it was so well timed. All along the ground, past Harmer and eluding the dive of Allison in front of the pavilion. And Jacks is playing a real hand here for his side. He's gone into the 60s, 112 for 5 in the 13th.
Yeah, absolutely magnificent innings so far from Will Jacks, but boy was it needed, and certainly the fielder there would have thought he could have stopped that one.
Walter up to the wicket again, left arm over the wicket, bowls, and that's a good one, which just cramps Jacks for room. He just steers it out to Harmer at cover, and then we've got a short third man and a wideish backward point, a short fine leg, and the rest on the boundary. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. There's a fine leg out of our sight, and then there's going to be 2 more on the off side.
Interesting, you've scored 62 off 35 balls, but he was still really frustrated with himself for not beating the fielder on that last delivery.
Walter bowls again, and on the pads of Jacks, who steers it through the mid-wicket gap out towards Snater. Just a 1 run there, hit too firmly to get a second. And he continues to impress, and in fact will keep a strike with a run off the last ball there, the last ball of the 13th. 63 to Jackson, 7 to Clark, 2 wickets apiece to Harmer and to Critchley, which spin very much to the fore on this Hughes pitch, and it's 113 for 5 after 13 overs.
Yes, looks as if we're certainly like to juggle their bowlers. Essex, and it's Matt Critchley to have a change of ends, having been so successful from the Graham Gooch end. He's now at the Sir Alistair Cook end for a twirl. See how things go down at this end with the 2 wickets already to his name, just missing Laurie Evans and Jamie Overton. And he will be bowling to Will Jacks. There is plenty of cover on the leg side in the deep, probably required the way Will Jacks is going at the moment, as Critchley is in, right arm over the wicket. Oh, and an absolute beauty. Trying to cut it away on this occasion, Jacks, and he was just beaten.
Yeah, yes, leg break, and as I say, plenty of assistance.
So nicely bowled Matt Critchley in once again, and that's a little bit shorter and punched away, well, ferociously. It's a word that can be overused in cricket, but on that occasion, can't think of any other way to describe the way that was cut by Will Jacks. Absolutely nailed it, and it races away forward of square for 4.
Yeah, I mean, Surrey obviously want to keep these wickets in hand. They'll hope that Jacks can bat through for 100, but still we're looking maybe to get something up towards about 180.
Yes, that came as something of a shock to the young lads in the front row as that raced towards them, that ball, but happily they're fine. Critchley in again and just takes the pace off it a little bit. Well bowled, And that's punched into the deep by Will Jackson. Brilliant running from his partner Jordan Clark ensures that they get 2.
It has been actually a bit of a recovery here from Surrey, because those wickets, 3 of them went down in very rapid succession, didn't they? And they went from 64 for 1 to 69 for 4. So it's been a bit of a partial recovery.
Well, as long as Jacks is still there, and that's punched away again by Jacks. It's a good stop in the deep, but they'll still get through for 2 as Jordan Clark once again goes very quickly.
Yeah, it was good, well done by Snater, who moved across pretty quickly and just made sure that didn't go for 4.
Yeah, it was a very good stop in the deep, needed to be, but still Will Jacks continues his merry way. This is punched on the back foot, but straight to Pepper at long on, and they'll only be able to take a single. And again, every time he doesn't feel he's got enough runs from a shot that he feels he should have done, cross with himself, Will Jacks felt he should have put that into a space and maybe had 2. As it is, Jordan Clark will now face, and that is driven sweetly up to a long off, and almost too well, because they'll only take a single. And that's another pretty good over by Snater. There was the one glorious 4 clubbed through by Will Jacks, but at the end of that over, 124 for 5 then after 40.
It means that Critchley's bowled out 4 overs, 2 for 22. Now we're at the stage now with 6 overs to go, starting to think about who might bowl for Essex, because of course certainly there's plenty in it for the spinners here, so that's something that Palmer is probably going to be considering. He's got 2 overs left of Sam Cook, which are bankers. He's got 1 more of himself, potentially 2 overs of Ethan Bosch, which he may not need to use. Shane Snater's only bowled 1 over for 13. Paul Walters only bowled 1 over for 11, and Luke Benkenstein just the 1 over for 14. So those figures all fairly similar. So he's got plenty of options. Just interesting to see. He is bringing Benkenstein back. I think that was a good move. I thought it was probably worth a second over on this surface, just to see. Went for 14 in the first over, but I think it's definitely a good move to bowl maybe 2 of his last 6 overs of spin, with 1 more to come from himself. So we're into the 15th over, and this is a good delivery first up, which sees Clark trying to hit that down the ground. He didn't get much bat on it, if any. It went out into the onside again. Hint of turn. 124 for 5. So I think we're going to see more of Paul Walter, who's we've seen a lot of him bowling in the latter stages, and certainly 2 of Sam Cook. And there's a attempted lap shot. Oh, it's a wide, didn't in the end need to make contact. Trying to play the lap, but it was down the leg side, and it's a wide to the total. So 125 for 5 Surrey after they were put in, and this is hit nicely down the ground for a single by Clark up to long off. Bosch will be out there. And it's 126 for 5 in the 15th over. Surrey will certainly get a home tie if they win, and actually if they win, there's just one very, very minor permutation which might upset them, but certainly I think we can say they're going to get a home tie if they win this game, and Essex will definitely be qualifying if they win. It's driven up towards long off for another single, so just dealing in singles. It's a good over this from Benkenstein at the moment, justifying his return. The 15th of the innings, 127 for 5. Surrey looking for, I think, something close to 180 with 5 wickets still in hand. This is hit along up the ground, up towards long on, pretty well timed and well stopped, and that saves 2 runs, because that was a good hit, and it was hit pretty straight, and long on. I think Pepper out there had to move across because Bosch wasn't going to get there, and he parried it to Bosch, and there was just 2 runs when it could easily have been 4. 129 for 5. Clark 11.
Yeah, that one looked as if it was going to reach the boundary. Great last effort.
Here's Benkenstein again. But this is a big clubbing hit. That's gone a long way. That's gone for 6. Pretty straight, just to the offside of straight. He picked it up on length, that one.
That hit the roof of one of the houses. Actually saw the ball hit the roof of the house behind that end and roll into the guttering. So an absolutely superb shot.
Yeah, he got everything on that, really picked it up, slamming it down the ground. Big 6 over long off, and he's gone for another shot down the ground here. This will be 2 bounces 4. So in the end, Benkenstein just leaking runs a little bit at the end of the over. He'd been pretty impressive up to that point, but the 6 and the 4 just damaging things slightly. So none for 29 in 2 overs, so 2 fairly similar overs in terms of expense, but that one was looking a bit better than it turned out from an Essex point of view. 135 for 4, 15 overs, 180 certainly on, I think, Guy.
Yeah.
And Surrey might be thinking a touch more than that if they can keep these two together.
If they can keep these two together, and that's the if. If either of them goes, well, I think 180 would be great from where they are now. But if they stay, they might be hoping for 1 or 2 more, particularly Will Jacks, who's now 73 not out and flying on 40 from 42 deliveries. But Jordan Clark clambering in with a 6 and a 4 at the end of that over as well. And it will be Harmer to take over, just dropping it a little bit on the short side, but safely, obviously, as it's tucked away for a single. Nothing else that Will Jacks could do, as it was fired in briskly by the spinner.
Effectively playing an extra bowler today with Benkenstein for Das.
Yes, 7 bowlers used so far, as Harmer is in once again, and that's close to a full toss, but in fact turned into a decent Yorker that was spooned over the bowler's head, and they go through for a single. That's Matt Critchley's figures, considering he went off 10 off the last over he bowled, 4 overs, 2 for 22. Superb stuff from him.
Yeah, and leading wicket taker for Essex now, just nudging, I say, ahead of Paul Walter in this competition.
And that is absolutely nailed into the members' pavilion. In fact, it might have gone over the members' pavilion. Will Jacks enjoyed that enormously. He spotted it, saw it early, and just threw everything at it. Oh, and I think it was well taken in the crowd by the looks of things.
Yeah, it's a fine player, Jacks, and he's, if Surrey go on to win this game, obviously this innings is going to play a huge role in it, because he's, well, he's got half the runs, hasn't he?
And that was another massive 6. He just plays his shot so early. This time it's driven gloriously for 4 more. Went down on one knee and just crashed it through the covers.
It's good recovery this by Surrey. They were 69 for 4, 147 for 5, and the runs really starting to come, and Essex could do with breaking this partnership now.
They really could. Was that a 6? Yeah. How an extraordinary 6 that was. I didn't think you could hit a 6. Now this could be out. It is out. Great catch, right on the boundary in front of the members. It looked touch and go for a second, but a massive wicket. I think it was Ethan Bosch, was it, who took the catch?
I think it's Allison. And
Charlie
if he
Allison
kept his foot away from that rope, he's done a blinder of a job, because I thought for all the world he was going to just have that foot, probably a left foot, just scraping the rope, but he obviously avoided it, and that is possibly a very important wicket, because things were starting to look a little bit ominous for Essex there just for a while.
Well,
but,
that would have been
an innings.
That would have been a 3rd successive 6 if that had actually carried over. But the offside one that Don is talking about, I assumed was a 4, but it was a cover drive for 6. It was absolutely extraordinary.
86 from 46, and that's, you know, that's a pretty big contribution, isn't it? And Surrey have needed it today. Looking for his 3rd consecutive 6, and well judged that by Charlie Allison, because his foot wasn't far from the rope, but he just kept it on the right side at deep mid wicket, and that's a critical wicket for Essex, because 180 was looking the absolute minimum of Surrey's ambitions, with those two going as well as they were.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, things may calm down a touch now, as Chris Jordan, the captain of Surrey, of course England man, plays that just gently into the leg side. He might have thought about a couple, because it was almost a tip and go into huge spaces, but Simon Harmer spotted the danger, raced away, saved it, and a massive wicket. 86 Will Jacks hit, and the score at the end of that, the 16th over, 154 for 6, and that could be a bit of a game changer, that wicket.
Yeah, we'll see to what extent Surrey can push on from here, because they do bat a long way down. Hampshire 113 for 4, just into the 16th over against Somerset at the Southampton ground, now called the Utilita Bowl, isn't it? That's right. Get used to that. Tom Prest on 40 from 25 balls there, and Gloucestershire are going pretty well. 152 for 3, 152 for 4 now after 16 overs. They've just lost Bo Webster, formerly of Essex, for 33. Jack Taylor is 39 on out. That's against Glamorgan. Here is Walter bowling, and that's just steered away by Chris Jordan for a single out towards a deep backward point. There is Allison, and the strike is back with Clark. So 4 overs to go, -1 ball, 155 for 6. Essex take a couple more wickets, and they might be able to keep Surrey down to 170, 175, but still potential of something over 180 the way these two can bat.
But they'll also want to make sure they bat out the 20 overs.
Yes, that's very important, isn't it? As Walter goes round the wicket, and that's again a sort of slower ball bouncer, which is pretty effective. They scamper through for a run. A direct hit from Elgar would have had Clark in trouble there, but interesting to see a replay for that. Got up from Walter. It was a very effective delivery, and in the end they just managed to get through for 1 run. But yeah, pitched quite short, and it's got up, and it's sort of taken it around about shoulder height, and was looking to try and hit it away, but couldn't get much bat on it. So Jordan Clark has got 22.
I hit him
Chris
on the
Jordan
helmet.
Has got 2, yeah. He couldn't get any bat on it, just taking it on the helmet and away for a leg bye.
Which is why we now have the physio on to do the concussion protocol. And, 2 of the unlucky squad members who didn't make the team today have run out as well with towels and drinks. Should anything be required for the 2 batters?
Mighty effective delivery, that one, and showing there's still plenty in this surface, not just for the spinners, but also there's a bit of bounce there, isn't there? And the Surrey bowlers will be looking at that, and looking as a short ball as a weapon which can be used obviously sparingly, but could be pretty effective on this surface. It's a very interesting surface this, used the other night, but it's got plenty in it. There's plenty of runs out there, but there's also something for the bowlers without doubt.
Which is your ideal wicket, isn't it?
So here is Walter. Everything is okay after the checks, and here's a bit of an airy shot here from Jordan, and I think whether he was thinking he might get a wide there, I'm not sure, because he was reaching for it outside the off stump. Umpire having a chat with Paul Walter, but it's gone through to Rossington, who hasn't had much to take in recent times. 156 for 6.
Yeah, I can see why possibly he did feel that might have been a wide.
All 4 men saving the single are on the offside. Here's another slow ball bouncer, brilliantly executed from Walter. It's the 1 for the over, and Jordan was looking to hit it away out towards deep square leg and couldn't get any bat on it. Great execution this, with variation from Paul Walter.
I think he was also thinking that might have been a wide as well. But
yeah, that was not far off being a wide, I have to say. He was looking at the umpire there. It sort of went over his right shoulder in the end by some margin. But Walter straying just about, keeping just about within the bounds in the umpire's opinion. And this one is a fuller length delivery, good variation, and they get through for a single. But what an effective over this has been. Harmer picking up at cover, choosing not to release the ball, realising they were going to get in there okay. And 157 for 6, but just the 3 singles from this over so far. And Walter once again just proving what a great asset he is in these closing overs now. Left arm from the Graham Gooch end, round the wicket, he bowls a full length delivery, and that's hit straight to Cook at short third man, who takes a comfortable catch. Attempted scoop shot, but in the end he couldn't get hold of it, and away goes Jordan Clark. So 157 for 6. I think he was probably trying to get it over the fielder's head, but didn't quite manage to execute it. And another wicket goes down, and what a fine over that was from Paul Walter. It really was, and that could be really quite important at this stage of the competition. It means, at this stage of the innings, it means that he's nudged back up to, I think it's 14 wickets now, as Paul Walter. Critchley getting a couple today, but again, that over just underlining how improved he is as a bowler in this competition. When he, think back a few years, he just bowled a solitary over and was mainly in as a batsman. But he's now got an increasingly important role, and he's been brought on in that role because of Sam Cook and Daniel Sam's injuries, and it's really worked out for Essex. 157 for 6 with 3 overs to go.
Yeah, it turned into almost catching practice in the end for Cook. So now into bowl
That
is
is a
Sam
wide, yeah.
Cook, and that one will be a wide.
Yeah.
And Jordan has finally got an umpire to agree with his assessment of width or height. Hassan Adnan, after a couple were turned down by Rob Bailey in the last over, decides yes, he will extend the arms and we will extend the over by 1 ball as well. As Cook races away from us again here, bowling from the Alistair Cook, and that's swung away. That could be out as well, and is out. Didn't quite middle it, Chris Jordan. Got a lot of it, but in the end it went out to deep cover point, right on the boundary, and ended up being a pretty comfortable catch. So suddenly that 180 is looking some way away again. And another big wicket.
Yeah, well, plenty of aggression here from Surrey, but some very good bowling as well, and they keep chipping away at this order, and certainly Surrey now have just got a potential issue about whether they can bat out the overs, because they're a little bit of worry in the context of the innings at the moment. They're losing wickets quickly, and again that was powerfully hit, got plenty of bat on it, but not quite enough, and the well-judged catch out in the deep to see that wicket. So now we've got what I think it's going to be Cameron Steele coming and Laws together. So the two men pretty new to the crease, and quite a lot for Surrey to do.
Yeah, and again, wickets going in clumps for Surrey as that's punched out nicely out into the covers, and they go through for a single, having gone from 64 for 1 to 69 for 4. They've now gone from 153 for 5 to 158 for 8. So Essex finding ways to put on the pressure.
But you see, this is where Walter stepping up has been so important, with Cook coming back into the side. The fact that Sams isn't there is not mattering too much.
Cook in once again, and that's helped round the corner. Not exactly where the batter meant it to go, but he will pick up a single anyway.
It's really useful. Gives them so many options. You know, in fact, we haven't seen much of Shane Snater today because of the used pitch helping the spinners, but so many options there for Essex, and it's also meaning that they've got a little bit more at the end of the innings, with Sam Cook obviously his return being particularly important.
Sam Cook in again, and that's helped nicely all along the ground out to that deep cover point area. And they think about a second, and there probably was a second, particularly after an excellent pick-up but a terrible throw that went exactly halfway down the wicket, so the wicketkeeper couldn't take it, and our fielders had to come from everywhere to try and stop the second, which eventually they did, so there was just 1 run in the end.
Luke Benkenstein took the catch out there at deep backward point.
Well, it was a very solid catch, and that's a full toss, and quite a high full toss as well, but he gets away with it, and they just get the single. That did look almost no ballish, and it's just the two umpires just check, but the man at deep square leg, Rob Bailey, is happy that the ball wasn't over waist height, but it was touch and go.
2 fantastic overs though for Essex back to back, particularly if there's no 4 here, and Walter and Cook doing a fantastic job, and I'll be bringing Don Topley back in just a moment.
Well, Cook runs away from us once again, and that is played nicely in the end by Cameron Steele. He's tucked away, sorry, Tom Laws, and they take another single, but at the end of an excellent over from Cook. Jordan Clark is back in the pavilion, and Cameron Steele and Tom Laws are now looking to rebuild. So Chris Jordan, the latest wicket to fall in that over, caught by Benkenstein for just 3 of 6 balls. And 163 for 8.
I hope everyone's enjoying this, because I am. I think it's been a fantastic 17-18 overs so far. 12 balls remaining, of which Walter will bowl 6 of them. He's bowling to Laws. Laws drives, gives himself a bit of room into the offside. Well bowled, Paul Walter. Doesn't allow him a run scoring delivery, just takes a simple single. Score 164 for 8. You enjoying it?
It's a terrific battle, because every time you think one team's getting slightly on top, well, usually Surrey are getting slightly on top, Essex find a way of taking 3 quick wickets.
Yeah. Well, Surrey won the power play. Paul Walter, left arm round the wicket. This has gone into the offside to backward point. They take 1. Only 1, I think. Wasn't that 1 or 2?
It was just the 1. It was good work by Charlie Allison.
Whilst you're absolutely right to say about Essex's throwing last over, what they've done so well is to get to the ball and get the ball out of their hand, which then Surrey go, wait!
Yeah.
And even if it's a poor throw, they haven't gone for the extra run. Walter round the wicket, this time to Laws. Laws looks to scoop, he does. There's enough pace on it, my word, that's travelling, and it's signalled 6 far by umpire Bailey. Well, that's a brave shot, but a decent shot and a decent gamble, and Laws has taken a 6.
Yeah, superb shot, nearly into the Burger stand, I think, behind the main stand there at the Sir Alistair Cook end.
Well, he dummied that really. He sort of went sort of outside off, outside leg, and then outside off, and then just helped it on its way. You know, a batsman down at number 10 playing like that. Still, I know bats, and he's scored a county championship 100, in fact, as Walter in again, gives himself a bit of room, and this a bouncer, and it's been signalled a no ball for the height against the batsman Laws. Umpire Bailey signals, so he's going to have to re-bowl that. 171 for 8. I'm trying to work out what in effect would be a pass score. It's a goodish wicket, maybe a little bit of help for a spinner.
190?
Yeah, 185. Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think 190 Surrey will be happy with.
Would be pleased, well, particularly from here.
Yeah, they won the power play. They got to the power play 62 for 1. And then over 7 and 8 they lost some wickets. This is played into the leg side, short of a length. They take 1. They're not going to go for 2. They are. It's going keeper's end, and it hits the batsman returning for the second run. It's all okay. I'm going to say, Guy, that was good running from Surrey.
I agree. And yes, it hit the batter, but he wasn't actually looking at it when it ran into him. But they started off for the first one so swiftly that they always had the chance of a second, which they took well.
Interesting, he was running down the wrong side of the strip, but fine. This is played in the air. That could be out by Allison. I think he's caught him at deep cover boundary. It was a length ball. He's given himself a bit of room. He's attempted to go onto the offside, and I'm going to say well bowled Paul Walter. The gamble hasn't worked for Tom Laws as he is dismissed. Caught Allison, bowled by Walter, and he made 12 just in 7 balls. Score 173.5 for 9. 175 for 9.
An interesting one, that one, wasn't it? Because the no ball was given for the bouncer that was too high, meant it wasn't a free hit, and then he got out. So I don't think for a moment he thought it was a free hit, but
no.
He had to give it everything, clambered into it, but that's not a bad shot for a number 10, but number 10 and out.
The pleasing, just wearing my Essex hat for a minute, that they've caught their catches. There's only been the one calamity drop, which didn't cost Essex. Maybe Overton should have
cost them 12.
Gone on.
Cost them 12.
Yeah. I mean, you know, giving Overton 2 knocks can be dangerous. Anyway, Walter's last ball of the afternoon. He round the wicket, it goes down the leg side. They're looking for 1. They're only going to take 1 as Dean Elgar does the fielding at short, fine leg. And that concludes the 19th over. 175 for 9, still with 3. Worrell, the man out there now at number 11. Will Surrey see it through? It's going to be Sam Cook to finish the innings off. And don't go and make a cup of tea, anyone, because Guy and myself, we're going to have a little chat about Surrey, about Essex, a little bit about other things that are happening, but maybe the test match, or you know, we're just generally
have a chat.
A nice chat during the tea break. It's going to be Sam Cook.
And it is, for the final over, Sam Cook, and that's a slower ball that ends up being at Yorker length, and he's dug out pretty well in the end from Steele, and they go through for a single. And I think Surrey, to be honest, the most sensible thing they could do is just chip away and try and get as many singles as they can, get over the 180. 185. Well, if they get a boundary, 185 is possible, but get over the 180, just put the pressure on. So Cook, right arm over again, and that's pretty wide enough to get the wide. Now that's very similar to the one that wasn't given when Paul Walter was bowling at the other end by Rob Bailey, but Hassan Adnan is rather stricter with Sam Cook, and I guess it is the last over as well, so
yeah,
probably a bit tighter.
Yeah, maybe. And Sam Cook's, this is only his third game back, game against Kent here, Sussex away, and now Surrey back at base.
Well, that's another ball, and that's attempted ramp from moving outside off stump to try and flick it over leg, and ends up missing it. And it was just cranked up a little bit as well by Sam Cook. Good delivery.
Great delivery, great bowling there, because he's gone way outside off stump to play the scoop, and Cook has sort of followed him. He's not gone at the stumps, it's gone outside off stump through to the keeper. So very, very skillful bowling there, but no more wide, Sam.
Sam Cook.
Slower ball.
Oh, what a clever slower ball, and he was through the shot, wasn't he? Steele was threw everything at it. Most of the kitchen implements were hurled at that one, but the ball was slow enough that it went through afterwards.
Big statement this. I expect Sam Cook to be Sam Cook of England before the season's out. If he doesn't play test matches, I think he might play in the white ball one-day series. The white ball series, there's two. There's the T20 and the ODI against Australia in September.
Cook is in once again, and that's a full toss that is clipped over very nicely for 4 over fine leg, and it was spotted and played superbly by Steele. Yeah, it's interesting though whether he'll make the red ball team, given everything is now about the next Ashes series. Whether he's got the pace they feel for Australia, I don't know.
Well, he's
naggingly accurate, can do it.
He's had a lengthy layoff. As I said, this is his third game of T20. He is a highly skilled red and white ball bowler, and I am sure he will play for England this summer.
Sam Cook, that's a full toss, and that is thrashed through the covers. And I have to say, Don Topley just put the mockers on him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Two fairly rank deliveries, both of which have gone for 4.
Yeah.
Which he bowled beautifully before them.
Yeah, he's gone across his stumps and scooped him for 4 off a full toss, and now he's just been murdered through the offside. So, yeah, absolutely. But when you come back from injury, he's still trying to find some rhythm.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of pressure on T20 bowling.
Cook in again. Oh, and that just stops on the batter, who gets away with one. He gets a leading edge that just loops up towards extra cover. He can't get in to take the catch, but keeps them down to a single. And at the end of 20 overs, Surrey, well, they made 189 for 9. So Essex require 190 to win this and book their place in the top 4. And exactly what we were talking about, 185, 190.
Yeah.
It's going to be a tough ask for Essex, but it's doable.
Well, earlier in the game, Surrey had to bat because Essex won the toss, and it was really all about Will Jacks.
Yeah.
He's not struck too many boundaries so far in the T20 this summer since being back from England in the West Indies. But Will Jacks is 86, and he looked absolutely gutted when he was caught out off Harmer.
Going for a third successive six.
He looked furious at the crease. But
86 or 46.
He played beautifully.
6 fours and 5 sixes.
Probably Alex Stewart will probably sidle up to him and say, you missed out on 100 today.
Yeah, Graham Gooch would say that too.
Yeah, and 46 balls and he made 86. It was a beautiful knock. It was so impressive. But there weren't many who stayed with him apart from Jordan Clark, the Cumbrian, who scored 23 or 14. But they did put, well, the best part of 53 on their partnership, so it was very productive, and it was a particularly impressive knock from Clark.
Yeah.
But outside of that, just generally speaking, there were a couple of 12s and a couple of 13s. Looking elsewhere, the Essex bowl, well, if I just go through, Jack's 86, Sibley 12, Evans 13, Burns 3, Curran first ball 0, Overton 14, Clark 23, Jordan 3, Chris Jordan, that is the captain, Steele 13 not out, Laws 12, Worrell 1 not out. And in the bowling figures, for me, Cook, listen, he bowled 4 overs. We're just waiting for his to be updated, but Harmer bowled 4 overs, 3 for 44. Now, Harmer, I thought, bowled, it cost him a couple of boundaries, a couple of full tosses, which were dispatched for 6. Look, I've seen him bowl better, and I don't want to knock him. Bosch, 2 overs for 19. But Harmer, the captain, tended to look at the seamers and go, you're not going to bowl so many here on here. I'm going to try and bowl the spinners when I can. Snater only bowled the 1 over for 13. Critchley, listen to this, 4 overs, 2 for 22.
Head and shoulders today.
Bowled beautifully, made an impact. Benkenstein only bowled the 2 overs, went for 29. But his first over, I think, went for 14. And actually, apart from the last ball, I think it was, he bowled quite nicely, but it cost him. And then Walter, 3 overs, 2 for 26, and bowled nicely. And I just wonder whether Harmer looks back and thinks I could have given Paul Walter, who often doesn't bowl his full
because he starts
allocation.
Late.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. Cook 4 overs, 1 for 34. I've seen him bowl better, and it would have been good for Essex if he'd have went 4 overs something for 20 something.
But if you go 8.5 and over, you'll these days in T20, that's not shocking.
No.
That's
normal.
That's par.
That's normal. Yeah, that's right. But you break it down into power play, which is a very high pressurised time to bowl, where decent batsmen have the chance to try and break the inner field with only 2 out. It's really a skilled, pressurised job. Harmer bowled early doors with that. Bosch, I thought, bowled okay. Snater will only 1 over for 13. Critchley was the standout performer. I just think Essex would have not been disappointed, but the game, or this 20 overs, has ebbed and flowed.
Yes.
Surrey had the power play. They had a fantastic 6 over power play, but then Essex nipped in with wickets in the overs 7 and 8. And just towards the end, Surrey sort of just extended what they had. And to finish with 189 for 9, I think Essex will take that. But I think Essex, I think Surrey will take it. But I think Essex would have probably greedily said, I don't want near 180, 175.
Yeah. It's fascinating, isn't it? Surrey would have won after that first power play. They'd have been looking at 200.
Yes.
They would then be very happy with 175, 180. So I think that 189, in the end, once they've all settled down and had a chat in the dressing room, Surrey will be okay with that. But I'm really looking forward to this because it is very much within Essex's talent range to go.
It is, with a decent wicket, decent ground. I'm being pernickety now.
Go on.
With my bowler's hat on. Essex did give Surrey a full 6 extra balls.
Yeah.
Now, funny enough, I look at England at times, and I look back to that game against South Africa in the T20 World Cup, because we only lost by 7 runs.
Yeah.
And if England had beaten South Africa, I think it was in, I can't remember, it wasn't Antigua, it was St. Lucia. I do think we bowled twice as many extra balls, which not only costs, but you have to, then it costs the runs they get off the extra balls, and Mark Wood dropped that catch off Quinton de Kock down at third man. That was quite a bit of a casualty. So Essex today will look upon this. They gave Surrey an extra set of overs, 6 extra deliveries, but the other thing is, the good thing is, the drop of
Jamie Overton,
Michael Pepper, didn't really cost
12 runs.
Yeah, didn't.
He was dropped on 2 and made 14.
Could have cost a lot more. So there's 2 areas which, with my fielding bowling hat on, I'm being ultra harsh
critical.
on. Yeah.
Well, it's small margins, more and more in sport, isn't it? It's those small margins that make the difference. And
3 leg spinners on show today. We saw Benkenstein, we saw Critchley, who was the man of Essex's bowling innings, who took 2 wickets for 22, I think it was. And we're going to see, I'll tell you, he's done ever so well. He's not known as, well, he was the leading first-class spinner and wicket taker for a period of time in April and May. Cameron Still of Surrey. He was right up there. When you think of green seaming wickets.
Well, he keeps his.
Have you got his details?
I have. He's so far.
He's bowled well in
the equivalent
T20.
of 10 overs. 2 for 85, best bowling 1 for 4.
Well, he's going to have an opportunity to make an impression.
They will have watched today.
He's their sole spinner. Maybe if you were desperate, Dom Sibley could have a trundle, but generally speaking, Will Jacks is going to bowl clearly. And then you're looking at the wicket we've seen today. With slower balls, you might see Sam Curran bowl cutters. Jordan Clark will hit the hard length, but he may use cutters, Chris Jordan cutters, and Dan Worrell could do, but listen, he'll open up with certainly 2 in the power play, and he'll bowl his usual high class in swing and out swing.
Though he's only played 3 matches this season, and has been going for over 10 and over.
Right.
So
well, at Somerset the other night, he bowled a magical first over, swinging it away and then angling 2 balls back.
We've seen him do it so often in the county championship.
But his second over, it was particularly costly, and that allowed Somerset to get off to a flyer.
Now, I'm going to ask you, being an Essex man, you go through those bowling figures, and you do need young players to come through. They need to be given their chance, but Benkenstein's 2 overs cost 29.
Yeah, first over was all right. All right, he went for 14.
He did. The last 2 balls went, didn't they? And he bowled well before them.
Yeah, which happens in T20. I think I was powdering my nose for his second over,
which went for 15.
Yeah,
But again, I think it was the last 2 balls.
Was it? And it was earlier in the piece where I think we were on commentary, and I was saying to David, "Could you tell me in the power play?"
Yes. How many final balls?
3 overs of the first 5 overs. The last ball was costly, and that is something good teams look at. And you remind each other out here, they normally shout to the bowler, finish it off. You know, that's an instruction. Don't go a boundary. You know, if you want to bowl a shortish ball with everyone on the boundary on the leg side, you'll only go for 1, hopefully. So Surrey will be aware of that. I just think Essex are now chasing a little 10-15 runs more than they would have wanted to, and we shall see. But it's going to be Rossington, who hasn't scored too many. I passed him in the presence of Alex Stewart this afternoon, and I went up to Rosso and I said, "Good luck this afternoon, you're in for some runs." And Alex Stewart said, "Yes, you can have a couple of overs, but don't waste any more." That was Alex Stewart's advice to Rossington, who's in the opposition ranks. Sam Curran it's going to be. Here he comes from the Alistair Cook end, and he's bowled left arm over to Rossington, who plays it out to short mid-wicket for no run. Laurie Evans does the fielding.
Yeah, nicely bowled first up from Sam Curran, but it's been an interesting season for Rossington, hasn't it? Because 11 matches, 200 odd runs at 21, but hasn't scored a 50 yet.
No, today would be a good day, but yeah, as you say, Rossington hasn't set the well aligned. He often gets caught out going for a big one somewhere like deep square leg. His fingers are all taped up. He's got some injuries. This is played into the offside beautifully for 1, but it finds the fielder at deep square on the offside in front of the Felsted School stand, and that was hit nicely. So the 2 men out for Rossington is deep cover and a very square, deep square leg for Rossington. However, for Elgar, left-handed Elgar, we have Curran staying over the wicket this time, and it's going to be deep backward square leg, just behind actually, and deep backward point on the boundary. Curran in, and this is left alone through Test style as it goes through to the keeper. No run, left alone.
Yeah, brisk. You always forget, you think Sam Curran is very medium, but he's got a really quick arm, and every so often you see a ball that goes through rather quicker than you were expecting. That was one of them.
Yeah, he hasn't got a big bound. He sort of runs in and his arms come over, sort of zips through. Not a tall man, left arm over. He does swing the ball to the left-handed Elgar, who drives into, squares him up actually as he drives it into Laurie Evans on the offside, no run.
It is remarkable though, isn't it, about Surrey, is they lose Tom Curran, they lose Jason Roy going off to play various tournaments.
Who else is missing?
Around the world. They're also, Dan Lawrence is missing.
Pope.
Your son, Ollie Pope, off with the Test team.
Jamie Smith.
Yeah, off
Tom
with the
Curran
Test team.
injured, broken arm, I gather.
Yeah.
Curran in, bowls. This is into the leg side there. This is going to run away for 4.
Lovely shot.
Now that's interesting. Sam hasn't got a lot of pace, so they put the deep square leg well behind. I would tend to say he's too far behind square for someone like Sam's pace. I'd have him squarer personally.
And in fact, he spotted it, didn't he?
He has. He's moved him squarer.
Yeah.
He was behind square, well behind, almost level with the flag. And he's just behind square now. Curran in again. This is driven into the off leg side. It's going to run away. That could run away for 4. That is a quality shot from the South African opener, who has just timed it. It's a little bit of a better line, but it's been driven, pierced mid-wicket and mid-on, and there's no fielder out there, and that is a super shot from Dean Elgar. Well, the score has now moved. Well, the scoreboard is well behind us here. 9, thank you, David, and Elgar has 8 of them.
No, again, it was what you were saying earlier, John. He conceded 1 run from his first 4 deliveries. 9 off the over after 5 and 6, but it was the placement of Elgar.
It was, wasn't it? But you don't half regret bowling those balls when you've gone for a boundary.
Well, it is Dan Worrell who will come in, and that is punched away by Rossington. That's a lovely cover drive. It wasn't that bad a ball, but there was some width, and Rossington was on it like lightning. And a third 4 in the first 7 balls.
Yeah, we're into which over? The second over.
Second over.
Guy, having watched Surrey play their power play and watching Essex, this wicket looks good against the new ball, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's true.
Looks really good. How will Surrey's spinners?
Be interesting to see, because they've gone with a mainly pace attack, and that is lashed through the covers again from Rossington. 2 out of 2 from Dan Worrell, who's been on fire with the red ball, less so with the white ball, and that was another absolutely coruscating cover drive.
Looked to me as if it was a red ball length. You know, I'm not knocking him, he's just bowled it a little bit full, and Rossington, who is a dangerous player, has gone after it beautifully.
In again, and this time Rossington is cramped up, much better ball that Don will tell you about now.
I think that was the in-swinger. He's bowled away, and now he's angled one in. He's a Rossington has just told his partner, and he's gone like you would when you're trying to describe an in-swinger. So we picked that up. It's very hard to pick it up from his wrist or his. He disguises it so well. So Rossington's up the other end, and it's going to be Elgar to face Worrell. This is brilliant.
It's a really good battle, isn't it? Yeah. Worrell bouncing back after those 2-4s with that lovely delivery. This time Elgar plays him fairly gently up to the skipper Chris Jordan at mid-off, and they just trot through for an easy single, and Elgar probably deciding with the form Rossington appears to be in, I'll take the one and give him the strike. But 10 off 4.
Yeah.
So these two going along very nicely indeed, but they need to, because the required run rate is 9 and over. Oh, and that's a good ball again in swinger, and so he has learnt that Rossington likes the away swinger and will put you through the covers, less keen on the in-dipper, which he's taken on the pads and can't even go through for the leg bye on this occasion. There's a twirl of the bat.
You can bowl a beautiful outswinger, Guy, but, you know, someone like Rossington will just lambast it through the offside.
Well, he's coming in to finish off his over, and indeed my stint, because Nick's going to take over, as that is a nice fight back on this occasion by Dan Worrell. First 2 balls of the over on this occasion went for boundaries, just a couple of singles after that, 10 off the over, 19 without loss after 2. Surrey at the same point, Essex at the Surrey at the same point, 19 without loss.
Well, thanks, Guy. We'll see you back in a moment. New bowler to marking his run up out, Jordan Clark, who second top scored, I think, in the Surrey innings. He's got number 16 on his back. He hit a mighty couple of boundaries. He's bowling from the river end, Sir Alistair Cook end, and he's away. Right arm over the wicket, runs in. He's a very strongly built man who hits the bat hard, hits the splice, and Elgar plays it back to Jordan Clark on his follow through. Good afternoon to Mary and Ian, if they're listening, up in Cumbria. Father and mother with a hugely cricketing family. Graham Clark at Durham. Jordan's on his way in, away from us. Bowls to the left-handed Dean Elgar, who tries to go for the pull, which cannons off his thigh pad into the leg side, where there is a leg bye. Good pace here by Jordan Clark. He's a very effective cricketer, but he's just a bit quicker than you expect.
The bounce on the pitch should suit the Surrey bowlers. Obviously, Rossington has got a couple in the slot, but he's put away. But very good contest, and it's one of those, we were just chatting next door about the target, and no one was quite sure how this is going to go.
I think Essex feel it's probably 15 than they would like. This is played into the leg side, nice and straight by Rossington. Just a clip, and 1 run there. Overton does the fielding at deep square leg. Score now moves to 21 for no wicket.
No need for Essex supporters to worry at the moment, because the openers are still together, but at Cheltenham, Gloucestershire 206 for 6, Glamorgan 9 for 2 after 3 overs.
Gloucestershire,
a very big Gloucestershire win, coupled with an Essex defeat here, is trouble. So Essex need to win this game.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Doom.
No, not necessarily, but just focuses the mind. Essex just need a point or a win, and they're fine.
Jordan Clark in. This is caught beautifully at cover. It's Laurie Evans who dives and takes it off, really diving forward at ankle height or even shoelaces height. He's has gone for it, has Dean Elgar. He's hit it nicely. Had it have been a couple of inches further away, it would have been crucially a 4. But Jordan Clark, he of Cumbrian heritage, he stands tall, bowls fast, and has taken the wicket. It's that of Dean Elgar, who's been caught by Laurie Evans off the bowling of Clark for 9.
Well, not to worry, because Michael Pepper's coming in, so Essex supporters will feel that there's absolutely no downside, except Dean Elgar were disappointed. A slight miscue, nicely taken. Again, there's a little bit in it for the bowlers, and I think that sort of partly brought about the wicket there, Don. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if There's a long time sometimes between Saturday and Sunday in cricketing terms, and whether he can immediately get back into the groove he was in yesterday. He's got to just sort of take his time and reacquaint himself with a new surface. But if Michael Pepper can do anything like what he did yesterday, it'll be just what Essex want in this situation.
I do feel he can afford to just take a little look.
Take a bit of time.
Jordan Clark
doesn't want to give it away early. There's no need to really at this stage.
And the same with Rossington. We need him to stay
Yes,
there.
he needs to get his first half century, which has been sort of eluding him.
Jordan Clark hits the deck hard again. This is why it goes into the leg side for no run. Jordan Clark does the fielding. Why he is so effective. Probably, you think of all-rounders, there are some very glamorous all-rounders around the country, but listen, this guy would be penned in most teams. He's not glamorous, but he's an effective northern grit. He hits the deck hard from a height, and this is cut for 4. Well, a little bit of width there, I'm afraid. And Pepper has pounced on that, and that concludes the end of the over. 21, or is it, or 25? 25 for 1. Rossington 11, Pepper 4, and Rossington is to face.
Well, the thing about Rossington is in virtually every game, slight exception I think yesterday, but in the vast majority of the games he's got a start and has often looked as though he's going to play a very, very significant innings, has often looked in fine form up until the point that he's got out. So it's just a question of whether he can maybe use this particularly important game to make his first really big score. 25 for 1, he's on strike and he plays a shot typical of the ones that he's played right through the campaign. A lovely pick-up shot for 6 over long on, and that's the first ball of the new over from Warren. He's just dispatched it down the ground. Beautiful pick-up shot, and I say indicative of how he's been playing. When he's at the crease, he looks brilliant until the point he gets out. And it's just a question of whether this could be the day where he can just stay a little bit longer. Maybe emulate what Pepper did yesterday. That would be ideal from an Essex perspective.
I'm guessing that was about off stump, but he's just closed the face slightly and gone over Chris Jordan at mid-on. That really was a defining shot. Great shot.
Well, with this next delivery, it's a delivery shaping outside the off stump, and Rossington is just persuaded to try and steer it away into the offside, and in the end probably quite pleased he didn't actually get any bat on that, because he might have just feathered it through to the keeper, because it was a bit indeterminate in the end.
Yeah. And, Rory Burns keeping wicket. He's done it in the last few games because obviously Jamie Smith has gone away, and the reluctance of Ben Folkes to play white ball.
Worrell bowls, and that's steered between short third man and backward point for 4. That was a well-controlled shot. I think he was thinking of that off the previous delivery, but didn't quite execute it. But that time he did. Just the ball a full of length, right about off stump. He's got a bat on it. He's kept it to ground, which is the critical thing. And he steered it between Steele and Clark. Steele in a sort of almost a fly slip short third man, and Clark at backward point. And he's got it away nicely immediately between the 2 for 4, and it's 35 for 1.
I think they're going to change the line here against Rossington. They're going to go straight. They put a man back on the hook, deep square leg, deep mid wicket. They're going to change the line and bowl straight.
Worrell bowls, and that is on the pads and flicked away by Rossington for a single out towards deep square leg. So he's gone along to 22 from 12 balls, 36 for 1. And I say this is very much in line with the starts he's made in many of the games, far more than he's failed in. And as I say, just finds a way of getting out when he's looking really set. And I wonder if this might be the day.
Yesterday he got out at deep square leg where he was playing the pickup shot, and unfortunately found the fielder. So, Rossington, if he can just bat, he will score quickly anyway. He's on 22, Pepper on 4. Pepper's facing, and we'll see how he can continue on from yesterday's match-winning score or not.
4th over, and that's a big shot attempted by Michael Pepper with very little foot movement, and in the end he's beaten outside the off stump.
Do you ever remember, am I too old here, do you remember Zorro? The black and white thing on Saturday mornings.
Oh, I'm too
Zorro?
Too
Can
young
anyone
for
else
that.
remember this in Zorro? Where he used to flash. And that was just like Zorro.
Yes,
that
it was.
Flash from Pepper.
It was a shot of a man in form. He didn't bother about moving his feet.
Do you remember Zorro guy?
And, oh, that could be a appeal for LBW. Must be an inside edge to save him, because that would have been a very big shout otherwise. As Pepper tried to drive that down the ground off Worrell, and I'm pretty sure he got an inside edge onto his pad there. So Pepper sort of playing like a man in form, but hasn't quite got going today, but he's just settling in at the moment. He's on 4, Rossington 22, with Elgar the man out, 36 for 1 after 4, chasing 190. And a very, very evenly poised game, which, as I say, I think is going to keep this crowd guessing for quite some time.
Not many people make back-to-back hundreds, but
particularly in the same weekend.
Yeah, my comment for the moment is he's trying to hit the ball too hard. Clark is in again, bowls a decent ball, and he can't stop the singles. It goes through to mid-on. That's a good bit of cricket from Rossington, who called his partner through.
Obviously, potentially very destructive partnership, these two. If you look at the combinations in the Essex side, I guess you would say these two together are potentially the most destructive, given that Critchley hasn't been in the best of form in this particular campaign. Got a useful 30 odd the other night against Kent. Charlie Allison, of course, did very well yesterday, but this is an important partnership for Surrey to break.
Clark in. This is hit for a single down to Chris Jordan, who fumbles the ball, which allows the Essex boys to get through. Good bit of bowling again.
Had he picked that up cleanly, that might
have been
quite
had a shy.
Yeah.
He probably would have had a shy, because
they would have had 2.5 stumps to aim at.
They were going early.
Yes.
They called affirmative early. Jordan Clark holding the ball with both hands. At the crease, he bowls. This is pulled into the leg side. Good pace, only 1. Rossington will take the single out to deep square leg, where Overton fields.
Yeah, strange he's not got past 48, Adam Rossington, but the fact he's averaging in the sort of mid-20s just tells you a story, doesn't it? That he's been contributing most times. Strike rate around about 150 per 100 balls, which is pretty good. But Michael Pepper, clearly the man of the moment. 493 runs in the competition this season.
Clark in. This has given himself a bit of room. He's mistimed it, but he's going to collect 2. He might collect, no he won't, just 2. Well fielded. A duo bit of fielding from the captain, who led there. Chris Jordan dived and pulled it back, and it was I'm trying to look to see who that was with him. Curran? Sam Curran did the throwing.
2 centuries, of course, 1 against Middlesex, 1 yesterday. The highest ever score away from home from Essex in the competition, and the only 100 away from home in the top 10 of the Essex list.
Clark in, down, that's a good delivery, which he was looking to play into the leg side. He closed the face, he was looking going the onside, and it's gone through outside off stump through to the keeper. Another bit of good bowling in why Jordan Clark is so effective. He hits the deck, and if he hits the bat, it's normally very high on the bat. He hits the splice. So tremendous bit of bowling here from Jordan Clark. He turns. Head down, off he goes, ball in both hands. He gets to the crease, he bowls, and this is hit for a single to Curran at mid-on. An easy single, but I have to say that was a good over. David, how many? 6 off the over. Let's see, from an Essex point of view, that's not enough, but from a Surrey point of view, that's very well bowled. High skill, lots of endeavour, and Clark has bowled 1 for 11 off 2.
Looking good for Somerset, who've not at times been their usual selves in the competition this season, mainly when they've been playing Gloucestershire, mind you, where they've managed to lose both games, but they're in there on 13 points at the moment, and they're looking comfortable against Hampshire as things stand. So it's going to be the start of a new over from Jordan, and a lovely stroke by Pepper. That's the sort of shot that we would have seen a lot of yesterday. Beautiful stroke away through the covers, and that, for Michael Pepper, is an absolute signature shot. Lovely stroke, really does time that very well indeed, and it's 46 for 1. He has 12, and I reckon that's 500 runs in the competition for him this season.
Well played, Michael Pepper. Let me tell you, he hit that so hard, but can I honestly tell you, he didn't try and hit it hard. He just executed it and timed it. He looks a really better player when he doesn't try and hit the ball too hard.
Jordan bowls. Oh, that's hit uppishly, but safe away for 4 more over third man. Over the short third man. 1 bounce, 4 down in front of us. And yes, I guess when you've made 120 in the last 24 hours and you're still there at the end, you sort of come back. It's almost like starting a match, the same match the following day, isn't it? And so he's obviously seeing it very big. And he's looking in good touch.
He's played for that.
Yeah.
Short and wide, and he's just sort of left it, leaned back and just helped it on its way. Third man is up, so it was a very simple shot for him.
Here's Jordan again. Bowls. Oh, that's going down the leg side. It is a wide. Just a thought whether he might have got anything on that, but he obviously didn't, and it's a leg side wide. So it's turned out to be an expensive over this so far from Jordan. Hampshire 157 for 7, Somerset 40 for no wicket after 4 overs. So looks like the end of the road for Hampshire, who've not really quite been themselves, particularly with the ball. And Somerset, they look like they're heading up towards 15 points. And you would think they are probably going to find a way of qualifying, and of course will be a big danger in the knockout stages, whoever they face, and it could of course include Essex on finals day if it gets to that. 51 for 1. You wouldn't have thought they'd lose to Gloucestershire twice, would you? No. Amazing. Here's Jordan again, bowls, and that's just a lovely piece of batting from Pepper, because he's hit it with no power into the onside, and they haven't quite managed to get through for the second run as the fielding comes in from Sibley. It's the shot with no pace into the onside, where if you hit it just right and the guys come in from the boundary, you can probably get the second. But Essex haven't quite managed to sort of master that in the last few games, and there's always a near second, but it's never quite there. 52 for 1, Rossington 24 from 14, Pepper 17 from 11, with Dean Elgar the man out for 9. 52 for 1, and the target is 190. And here is Jordan bowling, and that's a swivel pull, which is going quickly but straight to deep square leg, so just a single. We're in the 6th over, so power play's pretty equal, I think, Don. And
yes,
yeah,
I think we're going to see what happened with Essex. Critchley came on the 7th. I'm sure Cameron Still will be bowling the 7th for Surrey, the leggy. Not often in T20 do we see 3 leggies in a game.
So, yeah, we've often seen Essex with 3 spinners, of course, so way back in the Danish Canary. But 3 leggies is quite an unusual one in the same game, as this is an attempted pull down the ground. It's a quick single. Pepper didn't time that at all, and then he had to really set off quickly, because he hit it straight to mid-on, and the shy, if that had hit, that would have been close. I think it was just about a reasonable calculated risk, but Laurie Evans' eyes lit up coming in from mid-on. But his throw didn't hit. 54 for 1 in the 6th over. Slightly pulled this over back as Jordan, showing his pedigree, as you'd expect.
Good performer.
53 for 1, 137 required. We're coming to the end of the 6th over on BBC Essex and BBC London. And here is the next delivery, which is appeal for LBW, too high, I think. And it's a quick single there. Oh, and actually, it's parried by Jordan. The throw was parried as it came in from Steele. I don't think it was going to hit, but they managed to scamper through for a leg by. And it's 55 for 1 after 6 overs. So 135 required of 14. So the asking rate 9.6, 9 wickets out. Such a big partnership, this. And as I say, if Essex win, they qualify. If they lose, this score at Cheltenham is starting to worry. Gloucestershire 206 for 6, Glamorgan 25 for 5 in the 7th over. Gloucestershire will get a huge net run rate boost the way that is going, but it won't matter a jot if Essex can at least tie this game. And remember, if Surrey win, they are heading for a home quarter-final, which I'm sure is exactly what they want as well. 55 for 1.
I mean, that'll please the Surrey parish of having a home quarter-final as Curran moves away from us, left arm over the wicket. This is played into the leg side. Rossington's only going to take a single, as it's well fielded by Laurie Evans. So what Surrey have done here with Rossington on strike is they've basically said you can hit anywhere on the leg side and you'll only get 1 unless you gamble for a 6. There's no inner, well, there's a man at short fine leg, but on the offside there are 3 in a ring which are saving 1, and the chap out at deep cover is on the boundary. Bowling to Pepper. Pepper has murdered that for 6. That's a 4 or a 6. 6 it is. That's a good looking shot into the leg side. You could hear the thwack. That really has gone the distance. Good shot that, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, he's just in great form, isn't he? Lovely piece of timing. And it went an awful long way off the bat. Didn't hit it particularly hard. It was just all timing, wasn't it? And I think the home crowd's delighted to see some of what he was producing at Hove. I'm sure some Essex supporters were down there yesterday, but delighted to see he's able to carry on in much the same vein, and Surrey could do with breaking this partnership.
Tall fella, Michael Pepper. This time it's a little bit shorter, so slower ball, and he opens the face, runs it down to short third man, where they do take a single because it's almost divided the two men in that quarter behind the stumps on the offside.
I just think the home tie, you know, whoever finishes 3rd or 4th in the North group doesn't look to be pulling up too many trees, to be honest. And I think whoever does get the home tie will really fancy their chances in this South group of getting through the finals day.
As Curran bowls, oh, that's gone for 6. That's just slightly short. It's a pickup shot. It really is a superb shot. I think that's heading over the crowd, and it's probably gone towards the way out, or the indoor score, the old indoor score here at Chelmsford. The ball has come back. My word, that again was just a beautiful clip for 6.
Yes, it's looking a very dangerous partnership, this, for the visitors. I think these two, the most destructive combination in the Essex side at the moment.
Curran, slower ball played into the offside. Jordan does the fielding at extra cover. They turn down the chance of a single. It could have been on because he fumbled it, did the Surrey captain, but there is, and importantly for Sam Curran, a dot ball.
Surrey already through, but for the reasons we were just saying, Don, I'm sure they'd be keen on the home tie. I guess we think in the fullness of time it'll be one of Lancashire and the Birmingham Bears probably occupying the top 2 slots in the Northern group.
Durham are up there.
Yeah.
Then it's all the
still a little bit of
East
sorting
Midland
out to do.
sides, isn't it? Derby, Leicester and Northampton. Northampton, captained by David Willey. Round the wicket then to Rossington, who hits this nice square on the offside. It's fielded, I think, by Cameron Steele out on the boundary. Well, that was a decent over for Essex that consisted 1, 6, 1, 6, a dot ball and 1. So according to my maths, David Jackman, that was 15.
Yes, and a little bit ominous for Surrey at the moment.
Here we go.
Haven't seen spin yet.
Out of the power play. Spinners on.
I think they need to see if they can get anything out of the spinners. Cameron Steele has been in such fine form.
Bowls it a little bit quicker, but a little bit, doesn't give it the air, bowls it into the deck a bit. It'll be interesting because very different to Critchley.
So it's leg break, first ball, and Rossington hits it away, probably for just 1 up towards deep mid wicket. Yeah, that's only going to be 1, and
so
the score goes to 71.
Most people would look at that last delivery and just say it was a bit short, but the problem is you can pull it, but where are you pulling it into? There are 3 boundary fielders on the leg side, so Cameron Steele was very happy with his just shortish ball going for 1 run. That's absolutely ideal, and he is a very different bowler to Critchley. Critchley will bowl fuller. This fella bowls a little bit quicker into the deck. Look.
That's an attempted forcing shot from Pepper off the back foot, but straight up to Jordan at cover. Yeah, as I say, it's looking like the Birmingham Bears, who made a big score today. I noticed they made 198 for 2 against Derbyshire, who were 71 for 3 in the 8th over in reply. And I don't think Lancashire are playing today, but probably those two are going to occupy the top 2 positions. Durham are another possibility, and of course, if they were to finish in the top 2, that would be a long trip for anyone on a midweek evening in September. This is hit uppishly, and 1 bounce to short third man. That was a little bit dicey from Pepper. He took his life into his hands there, didn't get that at all, the attempted shot, and in the end got it for a single. Just fell short of Jordan Clark at short third man. I think he was going for a sort of scoop shot, which went horribly wrong, but he survived. 72 for 1, got a single. Here's Steele again. Ball to Rossington, beautiful delivery. Rossington went on the big shot down the ground and missed it completely. And things happening with the spinner on already, 72 for 1. Yes, Pepper a bit fortunate there, wasn't he?
He was, but Rossington's now facing, just keep playing straight, don't try and whack it square on the leg side, keep playing straight.
He's on 34, and he just play that straight back down the pitch, and there's no need for Essex to take undue risks here, because the current rate is around about where the asking rate is, which is 9.7, 72 for 1. We're in the 8th over, 118 to win, so nothing too out of hand at the moment. Steele bowls, and that is hit away without much timing from Rossington. A bit of a heave away to deep mid wicket, but he gets a single. The danger of Steele is apparent already in that over, and he was close to getting a wicket, but again, interesting change up there from Surrey, and it looked a little bit closer to getting a wicket in that over. So the end of 8, 73 for 1, and it's certainly Essex just with the upper hand at the moment, because this partnership is so dangerous, but a couple of wickets for Surrey will change things around. Their score of 189 is pretty competitive on this surface, this used surface, but Essex have batted very well, and so Adam Rossington, who's due a half century, might just be the day he's going to get it. And welcome back to Guy.
Thanks very much. Yeah, Tom Laws into the attack. Interesting choice. You sometimes forget Tom Laws. This is his first game this season. In now, and that is smashed. Well, welcome to the attack. And just lashed over extra cover for 4. Absolutely superb shot. And Rossington's in that stand and deliver mood at the moment, which is very tough to bowl to.
Yeah, and so he's often looked like this in many innings this season, and then found a way of getting out short of a 50. And sorry, we're hoping the same thing happens today. They probably need that.
In again. Oh, and this is up in the air. This could be out. No, it's going to fall safe again. It's going to fall safe again. He's somehow managed to top edge a potential pulled shot, and it's dropped short of all the fielders who were spread deep. And Rossington, I'm sure, had his heart in his mouth when he first played that shot. But not only has he survived, he's trotted through for a single as well, and is now re-tying up his boots. So obviously it was the loose lace that caused the loose shot.
Remember, even a point, certainly a win, would be enough to give Essex a quarter-final place. It'll temporarily at least put them at the top of the group as well.
Laws in once again, and that's smashed away by Pepper, but straight to the man out at deep backward square. And they can only get a single. Pepper playing very nicely indeed at the moment. He's 27 from 17 to go with his 120 yesterday.
Yes, Sussex not playing today. Surrey and Sussex both have 16 points. Both have already qualified, but Essex will go to 17 with a win in this game.
In again. Oh, and this is just smashed away for 6 into the grandstand. It was just short of a length. Rossington didn't bother with any leg movement and just pulled the ball magnificently off the middle into the stand to move to 46. We were talking, Don and I, beforehand. He was talking to Rossington, and Alex Stewart was around as well, and we would just say possibly he hasn't been in the best form this season and hadn't yet scored a 50. Well, he's now within 4 runs of his first half century this season.
Yeah, and again, a dismissive shot. This is exactly what Essex supporters looking to see from Adam Rossington.
And Laws not really enjoying his first outing as a bowler this season. That's another very nice drive, but straight to the man at cover point, and there is no run.
Well, what I would say, obviously Jordan Cox hopefully will be fit and back for the quarter-finals, which aren't until early September, but this partnership in the latter stages of the competition, you just feel it could be a really big one for Essex, the way these two are going.
Laws in again, and that's just helped round the corner. Will it go all the way? No, it's a decent stop in the deep, which means Rossington will have to wait. He just gets the 2 more and moves to 48. That's the end of the over. The score moves after 9 overs to 87 for 1, 14 off that over. And well, at the same stage, 9 overs, 74 for 1. So at the moment, Essex ahead on points and runs scored.
Yes, and at the moment in quite a comfortable position. There was that sort of glimmer from the Cameron Steele over that there might be something in it for the Surrey spinners, as indeed there were for the Essex spinners, but the impact of the Essex spinners was such that Surrey lost big wickets obviously quite early on in their innings, and that hasn't happened here yet. The 10th over is being bowled, 87 for 1, and that's hit away. That could be a catch for Jordan. It's a miscue. He's underneath it and he takes it. That's exactly what Surrey desperately needed, and we were thinking that it might be Cameron Steele from that first over. He's produced the full shot from Michael Pepper, and really Surrey, just when they needed it, from probably their most likely source on the day, have broken that big partnership. 87 for 2 is no 100 today from Michael Pepper. It's a sprightly 27, but Cameron Steele strikes. There's obviously a bit of turn for him as well, as we saw from Critchley and Harmer earlier on. And that's a big wicket to take at this point. A complete miscue, went straight up in the air, trying to hit it down the ground, just defeated by a bit of turn, I think. But just a little warning sign and an indication for Surrey that spin could be the route for them here. 87 for 2.
Yeah, slightly surprised not to see Will Jacks come into the attack, because Cam Steele had caused so many problems. It's a big wicket as far as Surrey are concerned. They needed to somehow stop the partnership that had been worth 66 up to that point. And Allison comes out to join Rossington now.
So Charlie Allison with a lot of responsibility here, coming in at number 4. And of course he did a really good job yesterday, playing second fiddle, but really doing well in his own right. 87 for 2, 103 needed, and he gets the first ball from Steele and just plays it up to cover, and there's no run. So he did a great job yesterday. This is a rather more straightforward ask, but equally, particularly with what's going on at Cheltenham, a pretty important one for Essex to win this game. As Steele bowls, and again, he just goes onto the back foot and plays defensively, which is fair enough, because Steele is causing a problem here, and they certainly don't want to take any undue risks.
No, absolutely.
Charlie Allison, who was waiting his turn really to have a real outing with the bat, and he turned out to be yesterday 44 not out. Say a classic second fiddle role with Michael Pepper going so well, but as Pepper said, it was Allison's contribution was very important. Oh, he reaches forward to this and is beaten by one that turns outside the off stump, and he could almost have been dragging his back foot out of the crease as well. It's a lot. There's a lot there for Steele, and I suspect Jacks will see very soon here. 10th over, 87 for 2, 103 needed. Now Surrey with the spinners might just be able to push this asking rate up, particularly if they can get Rossington out. Here is Allison going on a stroke, which he gets away past Jordan, and will think of a second run to long off, and they'll come back for it. It's going to be quite tight, and had that been a clean pickup, I think Rossington could easily have been run out at the bowler's end, which would have been a major blow for Essex at this point. That was quite a tight second. Certainly Overton with long strides got to that pretty quickly, and he could have been really struggling just for a moment there, Rossington, but it's 89 for 2, 101 needed, and Steele bowling. Oh, and that's bowled him! And Cameron Steele at the moment is the man for Surrey here. That looks like it's gone a fair way, and this game really is still very much alive. Allison goes, he's gone for 2, and Rossington now, well, 48 is his equal top score in this competition this season. He needs to make a few more. You feel he needs to play the Will Jacks role with the bat here, because Surrey are back in this here. 89 for 3, and the introduction of Cameron Steele has made a big difference. And as I think you were hinting, Guy, I'd be very surprised if we don't see Will Jacks before too long with the ball. 89 for 3, and well, anybody's game at the moment, I think.
But not yet, by the looks of things. It looks as if Jordan Clark will be coming back into the attack, but the spinners certainly made a massive difference. The run rate as much as anything else, because there were just 2 runs and 2 wickets in that over. So 89 for 3 at the halfway point. Essex had just lost a clutch of wickets as well. They were 88 for 4, so very little between the two sides now, as Jordan Clark comes in to try and hurry things up as far as his skipper is concerned. But it's a nice shot by Rossington, just plays it very calmly up to deep mid-on, where Overton does the fielding, and he moves to 49.
Paul Walker's done a very good job with bat and ball, and they could do with a contribution from him now, and particularly Rossington playing the major innings. That's what's needed. Rossington can't afford to get out now. He needs to go on.
Jordan Clark in again, and he's just got that little bit of extra pace, and it's a nicely defensively played by Paul Walter, who just clips it back to the bowler. There are plenty of spaces out on the leg side for the single. Everybody is spread back, and there's no one stopping the one on the leg side. The attempted single stoppers are all on the offside. Clark bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and that is clipped into those vacant areas on the leg side. And the man at long on beats the man at deep mid-wicket to ensure that there is just the one run.
Michael Pepper, 515 runs, leading run scorer in the South Division, but he would have hoped for a few more today. It was just a bit of a cameo as it turned out. Paul Walter just gone past 200 runs in the competition, and he's got the 150. He's done a pretty solid job.
Into Rossington, who is a big LBW shout, but no one else was interested. Wicket-keeper didn't go up and join Jordan Clark. Rossington just trying to dab it backward a point just to get the single he needs for his 50, but it's a dot ball instead. Nicely bowled though by Jordan Clark.
Sorry, right back in it, aren't they? Not only have they got the wickets, they've stopped the run scoring, and Rossington has just got to be quite selective here in his big shots.
Clark in again, and Rossington punches that straight to the man at extra cover, whereas it's fielded by Sam Curran, and there is no run. So successive dot balls, and just the 2 runs so far from this over. There were 2 runs from the last over, and just as you were saying, Nick, the brakes are being applied by Surrey at the moment after Essex were flying 2 overs ago. Clark in again, and that is just helped round the corner nicely by Rossington, who will bring up his 50 from 33 deliveries. Really nicely played. His first 50 in the T20 Blast this summer, and a much needed one for his team as well.
Yeah, it's been overdue, and he'd probably acknowledge that himself, but he's played really well. But I note that he senses the urgency of the situation at the moment. Just an update on Cheltenham: Gloucester 206 for 6, Glamorgan 53 for 7 after 11 overs, so massive net run rate gain coming for Gloucestershire. Doesn't matter if Essex win this game. And beautifully poised at the moment, 92 for 3, 98 to win, and here is Steele again bowling, and played away by Rossington quite carefully for a single up towards long off. I wonder how aggressive he's going to be towards Steele, or whether he's going to be quite selective and almost happy to play Steele out unless he bowls a bad ball. Just interested in where that second spin option is going to come from Surrey. It surely must. Essex had 3, 93 for 3, 97 to win. We're into the 12th over on BBC Essex and BBC London. Sun just coming out, bit of blue sky now, and here's Steele bowling to Walter, and a bit of turn, but Walter just with a check drive. There's no particularly aggressive intent here from Essex at the moment, just playing that up towards long off. The asking rate's 11.1. They need to be a little bit mindful of that. So it's a balance here between not being over aggressive against Steele, but keeping an eye on the asking rate as Steele bowls again. And this is hit up towards long on and over long on. Fantastic shot by Rossington for 6. He had to be selective. He went through with the shot. He took the man out on the boundary at the far end of the ground, and he's managed to clear it. And that'll be a relief for Essex supporters after it had all been going Surrey's way for the last 2.5 overs. 57 Rossington.
Nice way to bring up the 100 too.
100 for 3 in the 12th over. Selective and very good. Steele bowls again. 371 on the offside. He goes on the sweep, does Rossington, and it's well stopped actually, short fine leg, because that actually could have easily got past Worrell and gone for 4, but it didn't. There's just the 1 run. Had to really move quickly, and I think I arguably saved 3 runs there. So 101 for 3. We're in the 12th over. Steele is bowling from the Hayes, what used to be the Hayes close end, now the Graham Gooch end. As Walter, oh goodness me, went for a big swing down the ground and was beaten by the turn. Just got to be careful, Paul Walter here. He's pretty new to the crease on 2. That would have been an ugly dismissal. Going for a big swipe over deep mid-wicket and defeated by a bit of turn. 1161 dot in this over from Steele, 101 for 3. As this one is well pitched up and driven along the ground. Surely they're going to bowl a second spinner, Surrey. As there's 1 run to end the over, the 12th over. The asking rate 11 and over, 7 wickets in hand, beautifully poised. 102 for 3. Rossington 58 from 36. Walter 3 from 5. And 1 more over of Steele to go.
Yeah, sorry, we're 103 for 5 at this stage. So as far as runs are concerned, just the 1 between them. Those 2 wickets might be crucial though, because Rossington is still there and there's still plenty more batting to come as far as Essex are concerned.
Does Will Jack sometimes bowl late in the innings? I mean, this is
it would be a surprise.
I am really surprised he's not bowled, I have to be honest.
Looking to me as if they're going to go with seam at the other end, basically, as it is Jordan Clark who now is getting through his overs fairly briskly, so he won't be there at the death as that's flicked away on the leg side for 1 by Walter.
Elgar 9, Pepper 27 from 18. Over 500 runs in the competition, and Allison 2 from 5. Those are the 3 to go. A wicket to Clark and 2 to Cameron Steele, who has been very good. 2 for 15 in 3 overs.
Yeah, he has been standout so far, Cameron Steele, as Jordan Clark is in again, and that's pitched up, but Rossington swings it away into the leg side, but the man at deep backward square is very quickly round to it and ensures that there will only be a single. Very good bit of fielding out there.
103 for 3 with the target 86 runs away. 104 for 3, 86 runs away. We're in the 13th over.
Yeah, heading, one would think at this stage of proceedings towards a very tight finish. Oh, it's a slow, loopy delivery that's been hit slowly and loopily straight up in the air and has been caught by the wicketkeeper. And, well, you feel slightly for Paul Walter. It was the attempted slower ball that ended up as a full toss. But Walter just got a top edge, knocked it straight up in the air, and it's the easiest catch that the wicketkeeper, Rory Burns, will ever have. And Walter cannot believe what he has just done, but he's gone for 4.
Yeah, it's a big wicket because Paul Walter has been in good form. He's played some valuable innings. Now, where are Essex here? Matt Critchley, who got that 30 of the other day against Kent, have had a lean run up to this point. They've got, obviously not playing Robin Das today, so they've got Luke Benkenstein and Simon Harmer, Shane Snater. You could say it's a longer looking lower order stroke tail today, playing the extra bowler. So this, you feel, is quite an important partnership. If Surrey get another wicket here, particularly if it's Rossington, with Critchley not being in the best of form, Essex are going to be in a bit of a corner.
Yeah.
So you might just feel that Surrey have got the slight edge, perhaps for the first time for a while now, Guy.
Yeah, high score of 31 this season and just an average of 18.5. That's flicked away nicely though. First ball for 4. Cameron Clark straight down the leg side, and
it was a horrible ball.
Jordan Clark straying down the leg side. It was a horrible ball, but what a nice way for Matt Critchley to get off the mark and get his eye in.
Yeah, he'd be absolutely annoyed with himself about that. Got a slight bonus wicket with the one with the full toss, but yeah, Walter perhaps is just being a little bit, the importance of that partnership, maybe just being a little bit ambitious too early, possibly.
In again, and that's punched away nicely. Just rocks back and then puts it into the leg side off the back foot for 1. Nicely played. And Jordan Clark, well, he's picked up a massive bonus wicket.
Yeah. The asking rate's 11.3. You're getting towards 2 boundaries and over territory. And that's why I think 1 more wicket for Surrey here is going to put Essex under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, particularly if it's Rossington's, who is very capable of 2 boundaries and over, and that's could be 2. No, they just go for 1. It was just to the right-hand side of the man out at deep long on. But in the end, from that over, 8 runs, but crucially, that wicket as well of Paul Walter. And Jordan Clark has now finished his spell of 4 overs and has the impressive figures of 2 for 22.
Wow, 2 wonderful games to be a good advert for mid-afternoon weekend T20 cricket. Yesterday at Hove, actually in the end it was quite straightforward for Essex. They won with a little bit to spare. But a fantastic turnaround, and now a really evenly poised game here as Cameron Steele bowls the 14th over. Rossington hits it up towards deep mid-wicket. I think he's going to be safe. He is just. Oh gosh, that was far too close for comfort, and he throws his head back to acknowledge that, but he's just cleared the man at deep mid-wicket. That was too close for comfort. 116 for 4.
He's got a massive smile on his face, and you can understand why. It only just cleared that man set out there for that shot.
So, Steele bowls to Rossington, and Rossington plays a little push into the onside with no power, and doesn't think of the second there because they just jog through for the single as various fielders converge on it. 67 Rossington from 40 balls, his first major innings. 117 for 4, 73 required, and we're into the 14th over. Steele's last. He's been very good. We've not seen a second spinner.
It's been such a good innings from Rossington.
Here is Steele again, bowls to Critchley, and Critchley works it away off his pads for a single, gives a strike back to Rossington. Critchley will go to 6. Just showed a little bit of form in the Kent game with the bat after going an awful long time with a top score of 16, which is remarkable for someone of his ability. Here's Rossington on strike now, and just plays a little push into the offside. They go through for the single as Jordan picks up from cover. Surrey will be okay with singles because the asking rate's above 11, but they would love to break this partnership, particularly get Rossington out. 119 for 4, 71 required. Got 6 overs and 2 balls to go. Been a fine spell from Steele. And he comes again. Bowls or sweep from Critchley, but he didn't get that right. It was finer than he wanted. I think he got it off the bottom of the bat in the end, and they've scampered through for a single. So elsewhere, Gloucestershire surely going to beat Glamorgan. Glamorgan 70 for 8, chasing 207. Somerset is surely going to beat Hampshire, 111 for 1 in the 13th, chasing 158. So those two look fairly one-sided. 119 for 4. This one isn't. Rossington hits this one out towards deep square leg. 1 bounce. Again, it was close to the fielders, but that was a slightly better bit of judgment because he actually bisected them well. This could be the major innings to take Essex to the quarter-finals. It's a fine hand this from Adam Rossington. And how much more is there to come? He's gone to 72 out of 124 for 4 after 14 overs. 190 is the ask. It's 66 away, and here is Guy to be joined shortly by Don Tockley.
Yeah, 14 off that over. Unfortunate for Cameron Steele because he bowled so well. His first 3 overs costing just 15, but 2 for 29 from 4. Still a pretty good return. But Rossington making sure that Essex keep up with the run rate. Chris Jordan, the skipper, has brought himself back on. So Chris Jordan from the... Oh, and this... Has it cleared? Has it been caught? It's been caught. And Critchley has gone. He went through everything at that one, and I just lost it, but he hit it to the tallest man just about on the Surrey side, and it was picked up very well in the end by Jamie Overton. And Critchley goes for 7 off just 5, and a big wicket that, 124 for 5 now. These two put on 20, but certainly Essex needed more from Matt Critchley than those 7, but it was fractional. Another foot, it would have been 6.
Bit of disaster that, really. Could have done without that. Rossington is still there playing beautifully, but Critchley is a very creditable player, and he plays well under pressure, but unfortunately he's perished. To the crease comes
That's nicely
Benkenstein.
driven. It's Benkenstein, who has now come in at 7, replacing Robin Das in the lineup for this one.
Every over, Essex don't get the required. Without stating the obvious, pressure on the run rate goes up, but you just feel the pressure, of scoreboard runs now.
Yeah, absolutely, and Rossington's doing his level best to keep them going almost on his own, a bit like Will Jacks did for Surrey earlier. That's punched into the covers. It's a good stop by Sam Curran, ensures that there's just the one run. And Jordan has bowled very tidily so far in this over. Wicket, dot ball, single. But now he's bowling to Rossington, who is... he took 2 boundaries off the last over from the hitherto 4 very tidy Cameron Steele. Jordan just moving their fielder from deep point to deep extra. And that's just smashed on the back foot, but straight up to mid-off. And there will only be a single. Sam Curran does the fielding. And just the 1 run from it, and this has been tidy stuff from the skipper. Chris Jordan bringing himself on, well known of course as a death bowler for England, but
Tasmania or Hobart Hurricanes, England,
just about
Sussex,
everybody,
Surrey,
various IPLs.
Yeah, absolutely. Cracking cricketer.
In once again. Oh, and that is a swing and a miss from Benkenstein, who saw the ball pitched up, his eyes lit up outside off stump, launched the big drive, but straight through to the keeper, no run.
Another young man whose father played professional cricket, Dale Benkenstein, who's currently in charge of Lancashire, but played for Durham for many years. Played in South Africa, South African by birth.
Jordan then to finish the over. Oh, and that's a great ball, and it's fired in at the toes. Oh,
no, it's not out.
There's also, from the resulting throw, as they went for the single, it hit the stumps. It's all a leg by. It was going down leg side, I think, the initial, definitely, missing leg stump. It was a good delivery, Yorker length on leg stump, but they get through in the end for 1 leg by. Excellent over, though, from Jordan. Means that at the end of which the score is 127 for 5.
Well, Curran's going to come into the attack from the Graham Gooch end, which is the old Hayes close end at the north side. Just looking at the bowling figures here. Curran 2 overs 24, Worrell 2 overs 21, Clark 4 overs 2 for 22. I'd just like to confirm what I said about him earlier. He is a cracking cricketer. Jordan, well, he's just finished his 2nd over. Stills bowled 4 overs 2 for 29. Laws 1 over for 14. Sam Curran in, and this time is hit by Benkenstein, who advances down the wicket. He's dragged it into the leg side to deep mid wicket, where I think it's Laurie Evans does the fielding, and that is a simple 1 run. 128 for 5.
Yeah, it's a big ask now. 29 balls, 62 required to win.
Yep. It's going to be exciting if it goes the distance.
If Rossington stays.
Yep. Pressure on him now. 3rd man's up, fine legs up. He's going to bowl straight. Curran does, and he's dropped him on his follow through. That is a very, very difficult chance, and you worry about the bowler in his mitts, but let me tell you, Rossington has hit that back, and if you want to say it was a drop catch, Curran might suggest it. I say 4.
I think that's a saved 4, because that was hit like a rocket.
It was, wasn't it?
If he'd held on to it, my word.
The wicket is 22 yards long. Rossington's a yard down. Curran on his follow through is probably 4 yards down. So when you add that up, it's only about 16, 17 yards apart, and he hit that like a tracer bullet. Curran in bowl. Slower ball, cut out into deep extra cover where they just take a single. And Surrey will be looking to manage this. Essex are under a bit of pressure, but they do have 73 not out. Adam Rossington.
Yeah, it's funny how this match is working out. Now Adam Rossington needs a Jordan Clark to hang with him and score a few runs, the same way Will Jacks did with Jordan Clark earlier in the innings, in the Surrey innings.
Benkenstein facing, full toss, driven back past Curran, all the way up to mid-long on, where they take a single, that's all. Umpire having a word with Curran, don't know what that's for. I don't think it's anything to do with his feet. He was maybe asking about the full toss, perhaps. 130 for 5. Rossington 74, Benkenstein 3. Curran, vastly experienced man these days. Younger brother of Tom, who's injured at the moment. Curran, it's a full toss, but it's mishit by Rossington this time. Not quite as hard, and in a funny way, it just evades.
It was there or thereabouts again, wasn't it?
He didn't have to stick his mitt out, did he? He didn't. It was just on the leg side, and Curran was probably very watchful. I'd imagine most bowlers are particularly watchful on their follow-through when you're bowling to Adam Rossington. Curran, bat aloft now for again. Listen, that's good bowling on Sam Curran's watch, because he's made the batsman play the ball probably all 6 that over down to mid-on, where they couldn't get under it, even including the full tosses. And from an economy and a skill, well bowled Sam Curran. Essex are under a bit of pressure now.
Well, this is where you see Surrey's strength in depth, isn't it? That they've got Sam Curran, who's probably walk into just about any T20 team in the world at the moment, coming on at this point and having been hit around the park a bit for the first 2 of his overs, bounces back with just 5 singles. 58 needed from 24 now.
Slower ball,
and that is slapped away superbly by Benkenstein. Slower ball spotted and slapped over extra cover for 4. That will give him a little bit of confidence. It's his first boundary.
Good shot. He waited for the slower ball. He waited again and then was able to, time it straight over extra cover, and it's gone to the boundary. So, yeah, good looking shot there, Guy.
It was pretty wide too, so he almost did pretty well to reach it, but reach it he did. Jordan will want to tighten things up. Oh, and this is a clever ramp. He's going to get away with it. It's not going to go for 4, but he just waited and played the scoop shot straight back over the wicketkeeper, behind him for 2 more.
Gosh, Jordan Clark was running after.
He thought for a second he was in with a chance.
Yeah, really was. Bowled well, Jordan Clark. Chris Jordan is still continuing, and he's got an over left after this.
He has. He's just in a slightly disgruntled manner moving fielders around, because I don't think any bowler likes to see that shot being played against them, particularly by a number 7 better known for their bowling. So Jordan, interesting to see what he does now. It's faster and it's slapped straight up to mid-off, and Benkenstein has a very nice straight drive. Sadly in T20 you only get 1 for it most of the time.
What I will take home tonight, both sides, when people have played a shot, it's been an incredible crack of the bat. The noise of some of the bats today have been particularly impressive. Mine, when you used to sound
they're
like
different bats now, aren't they?
Well, you must have used balsa wood bats back in my day.
Yeah,
eh?
Exactly. What's a willow? And that is smashed down the ground. This could be out. No, it's well saved, and the boundary is saved and keeps them down to, I think, just a couple.
Who was that?
What a brilliant piece of fielding on the boundary.
Fast bowler.
Just want to see the replay here.
Was that Dan Worrell?
Because it looked as if it was a 6. It might be a catch. It went up in the air.
It was going
Oh, and that's brilliant. It's Overton.
Wow, what a fantastic bit of fielding, Jamie Overton.
Saves 2 certain runs, so 9 off the over so far, 2 balls remaining. 49 required off 20, so boundaries required. And that's smashed down to deep long on, where Jamie Overton is in again, and that's a decent throw and keeps them just down to the 1. So that's now 10 off the over, 1 left for Jordan in this, his 3rd over. He's got figures of 1 for 24 so far. And Benkenstein facing. Averaging just over 18 this season, got a high score of 35. As Jordan runs away from us again. And that's nicely dug out into the leg side, but will only be a single, so just the 11, which sounds quite a lot, but in the circumstances isn't bad at all. 143 then for 5 at the end of the 17th. 47 off 18.
Yeah.
It's big ask.
In old-fashioned money, 47 off 3.
Yeah, 16 and over.
Essex badly need. It's going to be Curran again to bowl his 4th.
I think it's Dan. Oh yes, it is. You're absolutely right. Dan Worrell is warming up.
Yeah,
as well.
and you know, Essex now need a 20, a 24 off the over to stand a chance here. It's not going to be the last over. It's going to be this over or the next that will really determine the game. Curran's in, slower ball. This is going to go for 4. Or is it 6? 4 is signalled by the Surrey fielder, who retrieves the ball on the deep cover boundary. Good shot, just short of being a 6, as the ball headed towards the pavilion.
Yeah, Will Jacks, the man out there who was beaten by the ball, but was signalling that it had landed just short of the boundary. Good shot by Benkenstein again, though.
What else can he do? He needs to keep going here. In comes Curran from the far end. That's a good looking delivery. Good shot though. They're looking for 1. It's only going to be 1. Well fielded. Jamie Overton again. But what was so good about that delivery was it was almost Yorker length. There's no way Benkenstein can get underneath it now. Looking where the gap is. Mid-off, mid-off, mid-off and mid-on and back. I mean, Curran won't put pace on the ball, so that fine leg and 3rd man are up. That's short, that's gone straight, that could be out to Overton, and it is. Rossington goes. Overton cleanly snaffles that up. He's looking to go straight as Rossington, and unfortunately he's picked out probably their best fielder, the tallest fielder at long off, and Adam Rossington, who gets a hearty and healthy applause as many members stand up to applaud his fantastic knock, which finishes on 78. And I just look at the balls, David Jackman, 49 balls, so well played Adam Rossington, and that could be Essex's hopes going down. Harmer, the captain of the T20 side, comes to the crease. With him is Benkenstein on 17, but is there oh so much to do now? Still in the sun though, Guy.
We are. It's a lovely, glorious summer's day. Surrey will be delighted because this will mean that they're guaranteed a home tie in the quarters.
Curran on his way down the slope from the far end. He bowls. This is driven straight to Chris Jordan, who's in tight on the 1 on the offside. Good bit of bowling, good shot, and an excellent piece of fielding. Good cricket all round.
Yeah, you felt for Rossington because he had to go for it, but 78 of 48 balls. He and Will Jacks really have left us 2 innings to remember today.
Yeah, very much so. Stand alone both in their teams, weren't they? Curran, slower ball. This time it's dragged into the leg side by Harmer. It goes all the way out to deep mid wicket where there is just the 1 run. Curran got hit in the first 2 overs of his spell earlier today, but he's come back and bowled, you can only say, quite disciplined and skillful with these last 2 overs. Got a couple of wickets, but just ensured Essex didn't get away. He had a plan, and the plan worked. Curran in again, bowls, gives himself a bit of room. That could be 6 over third man, and I think it is. It is 6. Bailey, the umpire, signals, but he's given himself a bit of room. He's waited for it, and he's just, well, I can only describe the shot as a flay, as he's flayed it over third man into the Tom Pearce stand.
I'll give him an uppercut.
Uppercut.
I reckon that's an uppercut.
I'm happy with
that. A terrific shot, and rather rearranged poor Sam Curran's figures, who finishes with 1 for 41 now.
Has he?
For his 4.
And 41, probably, and you know, you do selfishly analyse the figures. 41 was probably a little bit more than he would want, but he did go in the first 2 overs of his spell, but he's come back well. But again, can I say again, Guy, how often the last ball goes for a boundary?
Yeah, indeed. Well, Chris Jordan will be hoping not too many boundaries. 35 then needed from the last 2 overs. One of which will be bowled by England's Chris Jordan, and that's squared up, and it's safe. Well, I don't know how that was safe, and they're going to go for 2. Simon Harmer comes back, but it was a leading edge that somehow managed to get over Point's head just, and they even managed to run for 2. So,
dummied the Surrey fielders, he dummied you, he dummied me. We were looking leg side, and it's gone over backward point.
Extraordinary, but well bowled, but Simon Harmer inventive. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Chris Jordan then to the Essex captain, and that's much better shot, but it will go straight to the fielder Sam Curran at long off, and they can only take a single. So at the moment 10 balls remaining, 32 required. So a lot of boundaries. 8 4s in the next 10 balls is really what they're looking for.
If our colleagues are listening, back in the BBC Essex office, we will look to hand back before the 5:30 update.
And that's smashed away. Well played, Luke Benkenstein, because that's one of those 8 4s that Essex need. Again, a little bit wide, and Benkenstein has smashed it away over the point region for 4. He moves to 27 from just 15 deliveries, and has, after a slowish start, has batted really well and kept his side in with kept their dreams alive in this match, really.
Great shot, bit of width on it, allowed him to cut it through the offside.
28 off 9 is now the required figure as Jordan, right arm over. Oh, and he bowls him. He tried to step outside leg and play the little lift shot over the wicket-keeper. Jordan saw him, fired in middle stump Yorker, and Benkenstein has to go for 27. 162 for 7 now, and well, 28 needed with just 8 balls remaining, and very much into the tail now.
27 off, was it 15 balls from Benkenstein, so I'd like to congratulate him. He's tried hard, but we are getting to the bottom of the batting order now with Snater to come. Ethan Bosch can give it a whack, actually. I've seen him do that in the SA20 for his beloved Pretoria Capitals, who play in a sky blue. He can bat, but is this too much? Is it going to be 10 or 15 too many? Chris Jordan to continue, who bowled and followed Benkenstein to leg stump. He knew he was going to try and ramp him, but he stopped and bowled him.
Bosch then faces, and that's down the leg side and will be a wide. So a bonus ball and a bonus run for Essex.
How many extra balls have Surrey bowled, please, David Jackman? Two. Like I said earlier, Essex had to re-bowl six deliveries.
Yeah, 2 no balls, 4 wides.
Yeah, just to give the opposition 2 extra balls is very disciplined, to be honest.
Well, Chris Jordan has got to bowl one of those 2 extra balls now. He's in, and that's smashed away. Almost baseball style to the man down at long on, Jamie Overton. They go through for an easy single, but it's only a single. So 26 needed from 7. Mathematically still possible, but you get the feeling around the ground that no houses are being bet on a possible Essex win at this juncture. As Chris Jordan bowls to Simon Harmer, a boundary here would be useful. Well, it's smashed up. Could be.
Overton's there.
Overton's there.
And he's
caught. That's a very good catch, because he had to make quite a lot of room to his right. Happened just below our commentary box and the stand that's in the way of us and Jamie Overton. But that means that 26 are required off the final over. So it's a 6 and 5 fours that you'll be commentating on, Don Topley.
It will be, and a lot needs to happen in this over for an Essex win. As Shane Snater, I think, is wandering out to the crease. We're going to see Worrell. Worrell probably will, against the tail enders, bang it in a little bit. He won't probably allow them to hit him straight. The ball won't swing. He's coming. No, it's not Worrell. It's Laws, isn't it? Laws number 30.
It is Laws coming on, yeah.
Well, good experience for him. You know,
I got it wrong earlier. I said he hadn't bowled this season. He has, of course, bowled this season. He took 0 for 35 against Somerset last time out.
2 overs, he struggled. In he comes, the youngster, bowling to the Ethan Bosch, who collects a 4. Well, right, he's going to have to quickly learn here, as Tom Laws. He's bowled 1 over, I think it is, for 14, David Jackman. And he's just bowled a ball which has been easily slapped through the offside, over the offside for 4 with a bit of width on it. Look, you learn, you've got to try and bowl Yorkers. There's no margin of error, slower balls. He's got everyone set back on the leg side, giving him 1, but he just doesn't want to bowl width here, because a nick or going over third man goes for 4. Third man and fine leg are in the ring. So he's got to bowl fairly straight. Bosch waiting, Laws is in. He bowls nice and straight, driven up the ground. It's going to go for 2. It is. That's well fielded by, trying to look.
I think I will tell you who. I will tell you it was Dom Sibley.
Dom Sibley, the opening bat, well fielded, diving in front of the sight screen, pushing it back.
What
Essex
a
only
piece
get
of fielding.
2.
Just seeing the replay, it was a fabulous stop.
You know, Overton's fielded well this afternoon. He hasn't bowled, but he's fielded well. Laws is in. This time it's driven into the leg side. It's only going to be 1 for Bosch as it goes straight up to long on. Sibley does the fielding again.
19 off 3, so it's going to need wide.
Well, Mr. Laws, who's got the ball, please don't bowl a no ball or a wide.
Well, unless you're an Essex fan, in which case, please bowl a 3 6s for a tie, I guess.
Oh, really? Okay, Laws in. Bowls. This is going to go for 4 as it's nicked. It's gone through above what would be first and second slip. It's avoided the short third man, and Essex get 4 more. So we do think this is all but academic now. Laws has gone for a boundary, still couldn't quite catch it at short third man. Only a small frame is Cameron Still, diving to his left. In he comes. Laws bowls. This time Snater drives it up to Sibley mid on, and they take a single. So here we go. This is the very last ball of this contest that has been won by Surrey. If it's all right with you, we'll have a quick chat, and then we'll invite quick minutes chat, if that's all right, and then Nick will be in and we'll finish.
Perfect, because I better whiz off and get some audio as well afterwards.
So if you're listening back in the offices at BBC Essex, Laws in. This has gone for no run. It's cannoned off the pads, and Laws has survived this over. And Surrey win, and they win by 13 runs. So a couple of us said about 10 runs too many or 15 runs too many, and we're probably right. And I probably, as an Essex man, would have to say the better side won on this particular day.
Tight though, wasn't it? It was tight, little moments. Now you know, of course, that you said the Jamie Overton drop didn't cost them much. Cost them the difference of they'd have tied without those 12 runs.
And we bowled more balls against illegal balls.
Exactly, so two extras to 6 extra balls, yeah.
Pleased to see a Surrey win?
Yeah, well, it was a good win for Surrey because now they can just relax. They've got a home draw in the quarterfinals. So as far as they're concerned, it's job done. Pretty decent record as well in the competition. That means that it's 8 wins, 1 tied, 1 no result, and only 2 losses, and that's a pretty good season's work so far.
Thank you, Guy, for your efforts today. I bring in Nick Gledhill, BBC Essex. Just a quick chat. We're going to be on air just saying our very goodbyes. And obviously, if you're out tonight enjoying the football, enjoy yourselves. Let's hope England are lucky, and make sure you're back in work or school tomorrow.
So I don't bring particularly good news, Don, for Essex supporters. Gloucestershire's net run rate is above that of Essex after their 125 run victory against Glamorgan. So what this means is that if Gloucestershire beat Middlesex here on Thursday, then obviously their net run rate can only improve, and it will mean that Essex will need to avoid defeat against Hampshire on Friday. Should Gloucestershire fail to beat Middlesex here on Thursday, then I think Essex can relax. But the key thing is, Somerset have beaten Hampshire by 9 wickets. They've got a very good net run rate. They're on 15 points with Essex. They're going to qualify, barring something very, very strange. So you've got Essex on 15, you've got Gloucester on 13. Gloucester playing Middlesex on Thursday here. If they win that game, their net run rate will be better than Essex is. It is already, and therefore Essex, when they play Hampshire, must at least get a point, basically, to get a point clear of Gloucestershire. So